Not yet. Oops, I don't want that. I screwed up when I set up OBS. I put it on normal latency. Usually I put it on low or ultra low. It's not showing up. There it is. Alrighty. And I'm just keeping the what do you call it, just to make sure that. Oh, I forgot to turn down the speaker. Anyway, yeah, I just keep this up so I can monitor the health of the feed and whatnot. But yeah, so today is going to be a little different than usual. Usually my treadmill workouts are 90 minutes, and I start, with a warm up, and then I go to 4 miles an hour, then 4.2, then 4.4, then back down to 4.2, then down to 4.0, then I do a cool off, and it takes about a little more than 90 minutes, like 95, 96 minutes. So it's really kind of like an 86, 85, 86 minute workout. Either way, today I'm training for something specific, or not really training, but I'm trying to see like how far I can go. Uh, so I'm doing 3 hours at 4 miles an hour. So it's going to be 12 miles at 4 miles an hour. I'm not too afraid of pushing myself. I mean, I might get some connective tissue pain, a ligament or tendon or something is going to start acting up. But other than that, I don't really expect any issues on my half. What I'm worried about is my treadmill. This poor thing, a bolt popped out, and I got my money back, and the treadmill still works. But if anything happens to it, I have to replace it. So I'm really trying not to make that happen. Lighting is really, really weird today. Anyway, I just want to do something over here. There we go. All right. So 4 miles an hour for 3 hours. If this treadmill only goes up to 99 minutes. So every hour I'm gonna have to shut it down. And when I do the charity event, which I'm gonna flesh out while I'll babble about it when I'm talking, like I'm babbling now, when I'm doing the treadmill. But oh shit, you know what? Wow. Usually I come back from tangents. I've been doing pretty good with that, but not today. Anyway, yeah. Oh, when I do the what do you call it? The marathon on the treadmill at the gym, not this treadmill. I'm going to be taking 5 minute breaks every hour. Really just for safety's sake and to let the treadmill cool off a bit. Um, and to make sure that, my knee, the ligament doesn't do that or anything weird, unwholesome. Anyway, enough of my shit. And I'm not going to do a warm up. I'm going to go straight up to 4 miles an hour. It's going to be on a 4% grade. This is really to benefit my knees as much as it is to provide some resistance. Anyway, here we go. Shit, can I babble? Yeah, it's a nice clip. And it's a little later today. Oh shit, it's already noon. Crap. Uh, I wanted to be off of this. I was ready to start this at like 10 a.m., but there were other things I needed to do. Yeah, jumping right into 4 miles an hour definitely takes you, you know, it's going to lower the gain on the microphone a little. There we go. So yeah, what I want to do, uh, it's kind of like an endurance test on a treadmill, and people can pledge if they want, or they can phone in donations or whatever. It's going to be on YouTube, so they have the fundraising thing built into it. The charity I'm doing it for has a whole protocol for that kind of stuff. They really gear it towards Twitch, but I don't have a Twitch account. Actually, I do, but it's like I never really use it. My thing is, YouTube. Anyway, yeah. And I mean, people might look at it and say, "Well, so what? You're doing 4 miles an hour for 6.5 hours. Who cares?" I don't know. Maybe someone. Human interest. But the thing is, I didn't like when Kansas just decided to recall transgendered people's, state-issued IDs. The news story said driver's licenses, but I imagine that also applies to non-drivers' IDs. Every state issues it. But it has the same, legitimacy as a driver's license. Same thing. Proves you are who you are. To me, it just seems kind of fucked up to take it away. Pardon my language, but it bothers me. It feels like they're just being picked on, and yeah. And I'll tell you, they do seem to be like a very popular punching bag. So I kind of want to do this as like a counterweight. And it's not going to be huge. It'll probably go largely unnoticed, but a handful of people, they say on the website it costs like around $1,900. Or no, they helped 1,900 people since 2001. Or they resettled. I don't want to say resettled. At one point I said rehomed, which is a term usually used for, pets. Anyway, rehoused. Given a place to live where they're safe, That to me, I have it. I'm living in my sister's house. I pay her rent, which I agree to. The rent's very affordable. Full use of the kitchen. I get to play with her dog. I feed her parrot. Parrot wants to take my fingers. I'm not going to let her. But it's a nice life. A lot of trans people get disowned by their families. And what really sucks, if you come from a tight family, and you're trans, you may have a really good relationship with one or two of your siblings. Or one or two members of your family, but when the family group, rejects you, you end up losing those connections as well, a good deal of times. We're social animals. We like to be in groups. We like to form communities. Nowadays, we like to form communities to shit on other communities, but when it was a matter of survival, it was the single most important thing. It's ingrained in our DNA. And then you get people like me, I'm basically a loner for the most part. I'm not really a member of like any communities, Like I did photography, but I'm not part of the photography community. I play music, but I'm not part of the musical community. I'm half Irish, to be specific, Scots-Irish. I don't belong to any Hibernian, or Ulster Scots or whatever. I'm also half Sicilian. I don't belong to any of them, you know. I was born and raised Catholic. I haven't been in a Catholic church since the last time some Catholic friends got married. And I don't even remember when the hell that was. Um, you know? But for the most part, you know, other than a handful of dickheads, I like the country I live in. And I'm part of that. And that means something to me. And when I see a segment of it that's in some sort of authority position, behaving in a way that really harms a largely defenseless segment of population, that bothers the shit out of me. Let's turn the fan up. So that's why, you know, I'm going to be on the treadmill for 3 hours today, see how it feels. And I think before I get on it, you know, the real thing, before I get on it for 6.5 hours, I'm going to do some leg warm-ups. My legs feel all right, though. You know, for the most part, I feel good. I was wound up before. I was on X. And X thinks it knows me. And it doesn't. You know, because I clicked a few things. I'm not pro-Palestinian or anti-Israeli, but I'm not pro-Israeli and anti-Muslim. You know, I don't like the Likud Party specifically. I can understand Zionism in that Jewish people, some of them want a homeland, a Jewish homeland. Others say that's the providence of God, not the British Empire. I'm not part of that group. I really don't have a say. But I don't like the Likud Party. I don't like Netanyahu. I question all footage I see too. Like everything. You know, whether it's Israelis posting things about Hamas or Palestinian activists posting things about the IDF. I kind of take it as either both sides are really good at spreading propaganda or both sides are truly horrible. They're horrible people fighting each other. How could you choose a side? They both suck, you know, according to each other's propaganda. And if there's a shred of truth, then to that degree, both sides suck. So, and both sides will say, well, what about what they did to us? You know, the October 7th, I believe, the October 7th attacks. That's the date, right? I'm bad with dates, I fuck them up. Well, even before the bombings of Gaza, there's been like some really strong-armed tactics used on civilian, not civilian targets, but Hamas assets surrounded by civilians. I think it kind of falls on Israel, being a first world country, to measure their attacks very carefully, you know. But again, there's so much shit going on. But X, oh boy, it loves to fucking give me, you know, shit on Israel. And it's not really the post, it's the shit post replies that piss me off. And I try not to look at them. But that scroll wheel, you know, this little fella right there gets me in a lot of trouble. Oh, okay, cool. All right. I get messages on my phone, like Dick Tracy. And my weed vape is running out. So I've been smoking regular weed, and it gives you the cotton mouth from regular weed versus vape weed. It's enormous. It's a huge difference. When I do the first hour, on the 5 minute rest, I'm gonna take a shot off of my inhaler. And it's not that I feel like I'm gonna be out of breath. I mean, my lungs are working. You can hear it in my voice, but I kind of want to dilate them, get some more airflow. I built my own computer. Believe me, I know about airflow. Ah, yeah, this room is a balancing act. My mom was a hoarder, and she used to keep stacks and stacks of magazines, and they filled up the basement, and they filled up, shit, that was a 4-bedroom house, single story 4-bedroom. I think my father, he didn't do it himself, he hired a contractor, but they extended the back of the house out, had another bedroom. My grandmother moved in around, I think 1965, 66, no, around 68. I was born in 68. My father took off, I was born in February, he took off around May or June, and was never seen again. Took off with his boss's wife. Fucking dickhead. Anyway, about the house. What the fuck was I talking about? Wow, this is happening a lot today. This doesn't happen when I vape weed. Oh shit. Anyway, back to like the social media shit. Now, if that algorithm really knew me, I like the puppies, I like the kittens, I like the wild animals. I'm interested in game design, you know, more from a design standpoint than anything else. I'm into tools, whether they're digital or physical, whether they are powered or simple tools, you know. That's the shit I'm into. I'm into hiking, backpacking, camping. Survivalism, not in the sense that, you know, when it all collapses, I'm going to be out there. No, when it all collapses, I'm probably going to be like one of the first people killed. I'm thinking more like, excellent, I'm going to do this solo backpacking trip for 3 days. Oh shit, where's the trail? Oh shit, I only brought 3 days worth of food. But when I go backpacking, I had a big pack. That got lost to me during a move from New York to Kentucky. Bastards. But anyway, I had a Kelty Super Tioga. That was the backpack recommended by Nothing Fancy. And while I don't agree with all his political stuff, he knows what he's talking about when it comes to backpacking. He also knows what he's talking about when it comes to firearms. I don't have a firearm. As soon as I have enough money for a firearm, it ends up going on another guitar. The next time I have money for a firearm, it'll go towards a second video card for my computer. Somebody says, what if somebody breaks into your house and steals your computer? I have $20,000 renter's insurance. And I do not have $20,000 worth of shit in this room. You know? if you get all the parts together on my computer, it's probably worth around $10,000. But the rest of the crap in the room, other than like maybe the Roland amplifier, that's worth around 700. I have a Vox Cambridge 50 watt, worth about 300. The two most expensive guitars are like 500, the Schecter and the Trigan. After that would come the Yamaha bass for like 300, the Yamaha acoustic for like 300, the Washburn acoustic for like 300, the acoustic bass for like 200. You know, there's really not a lot of shit in here. $180 mandolin. You know, I think since there's no cash in this room, if somebody looking to rob this house broke into this one, they'd probably say, "Wow, look at all this shit." If anything, they would vandalize it, just to be assholes, you know. Now, if you put depreciation into everything, the computer's worth about 4,000. Amplifier, because it has that grounding hum, needs a new ground wire. Now it's worth about 300, 200. Until you put a new grounding wire, then it's like 400 or 500. The Cambridge, the Vox Cambridge 50 isn't in production anymore, not because, you know, it's rare and valuable, but because it wasn't selling well. It's a good amp. I got the foot switch, but it's got some issues. And one of them is when you use the foot switch to go to the next, you know, to whatever you program into it, you have to reset your volume. Otherwise, it comes back like much, much louder. But that's at low volumes. I generally play at low volume. I really don't play loud, because I don't want my neighbors to hear how bad I am. But yeah, lots of babble today. Less shit talking now. Yesterday I talked a lot of shit. That's why I deleted it. I wonder if I'm going to wear out my babble before the 3-hour mark. Probably not. I always got some bullshit to talk about. Oh, yesterday was a big day for me. I figured out something with my LLC. I think every state has this. There's an LLET, limited liability extension tax. And this keeps your LLC in good standing, you know, with the Secretary of State or whoever handles businesses, you know, in your state. I imagine it's usually the Secretary of State. Anyway, it was a $175 tax. I happened to have it. You know, surprise, surprise. So I paid it. But the thing is, though, is that like every time I tried to file, it wouldn't let me do it. And I realized, check the date, and it was for the current year. Now I was already fucking with it a few months ago, and I guess it saved the things I entered. So when my little brain said, instead of original, click on amended, and that's what allowed me to do my taxes for this year, well, for last year. There's an annual minimum $175 fee, you know, to keep your LLC in good standing. Generally to keep it in existence, but that goes up with, you know, more money you make. But since I filed a zero return, and I want to change that. So spend less time with the guitars and more time with the coding. And I have to vibe code. I started off using Grok 3.5 Sonnet. There was some serious limitations there. I switched to Grok to finish a project. I'll talk about the project next, but I ran into a snag on Claude 3.5 Sonnet. It kept giving me the same code over and over, trying to fix a problem. It was, Claude? I forgot what it was. But oh, here's one. The project is a game. It's a very simple game. The type of game that could have come out in 1992, 1993. Very simple. It'll run on a potato, but it's a lot of fun. Test playing it was a blast. Still is. Anyway, there's something called the pause menu. When you hit escape, the game pauses and a little menu comes up with, I think, 3 items on it. Resume game, return to main menu, or exit game. Yeah, and so it's those 3. And you could also resume the game by hitting escape. It took 18 fucking hours for Claude to get that shit working. Now I'm working on a new version, and it took Grok about maybe a little less or a little more than an hour. Now, this is 3.5, Grok, not Grok, Sonnet 3.5, not 3.7, not 4.0, not 4. I think it's 4.2 now. No, 4.6. Grok will do the same thing Claude does sometimes, but not that often. What Claude would do, I would say, all right, I keep getting these errors. Claude would say, here's the fix. Replace the code in this function with this code. I would do it. I would get a new error. I can fix that. And it would give me back the original code. And me not being a coder, I would do this for 2-3 hours until I opened up Notepad++, posted both of them in, went back over the, over the previous code snippets it gave me, and they were freaking identical. You would just alternate them back and forth. And that's really frustrating, And when you're dealing with something like ADD, the fact that I stuck with it for months, I mean, talk about a struggle. And a funny one at that. But Grok did that. Actually, Grok did in repeat code, but it does. Both of them remind me of a really super helpful, college kid intern. Except before they code, they do 20 bomb hits. So they're still brilliant. It's just they keep, they fuck up. But anyway, the game is a racing game, and it's a lot of fun. Like I said, playtesting it is a blast. And with the new version, it allows you to play more aggressively. The original version was only single player, which, and the AI wasn't all that fantastic when the cars, when they would go towards a single waypoint. So they would all smash into each other. And that's, that's frustrating. But, just a second. Oof. I'm going to be switching from Grok to Claude Code and using an MCP uh, especially designed for Godot. I'm using the Godot game engine for my game designs, and hoping I can get it done quickly. I don't have children. I don't have a wife. I don't even have a pet. My sister has a dog. Occasionally I'll spring for a box of treats. If she needs a favor, like she wants me to pick them up or drop them off, you know, not a problem. But he's her dog. You know, he goes absolutely apeshit when she comes home. He gives me a nice little greeting, but not like her. When she leaves for work, he flips out. He cries like a mourning mother. But when I leave, I put him in the kennel usually when I leave. If my sister's home, he doesn't even notice if I leave. When I leave for work and my sister's not here, I put him in the kennel, but he usually gets like a toy covered with peanut butter and a bone, one of his bones. He's a chewer. And I'll cover that with peanut butter. Not thick, but like, you know, give it the flavor. And I'll put it in the kennel maybe 20 minutes before I leave. And he'll be there, you know, sniffing at the kennel. So when I leave and I open up the door to it and he goes right in and starts licking the bone or licking the toy, I walk out the door. She doesn't even... He might cry sometimes, but very rarely. I would say 1 or 2 times out of 10, which is a blast. So yeah, I have no responsibilities financially other than myself. You know, my rent, my food. I get a voucher from Humana for going with them, like $170 a month. It doesn't take much to keep me going. If the LLC is successful, I mean, yeah, of course I'm gonna fucking load up on guitars. I'm gonna get all kinds of amplifiers and shit, but I will be able to make donations, which is something I've never really been able to do. I mean, I do like $5, $10 donations here and there. Once in a rare while, I'll give a 20. The largest donation I ever made was $100. I forgot who the hell it was to. It was something, it was one of the big ones, like Red Cross or March of Dimes or something like that. I was in my 20s. I had just gotten a settlement for a skull fracture. It's about $40,000. Gave 10 grand to my mom and did stupid shit with 30. For a little while, I had a Les Paul. I had a Les Paul with a Roland synthesizer. I didn't do anything with it. Had a 4-track and a drummer. We recorded some songs, but none of them to a finished state. Or like what they called radio quality back then. This was the 90s. The internet was still largely text and, you know, bitmaps. So I'm a half hour in. I feel pretty damn good. I feel like I can keep doing this. My legs are pretty much on autopilot. And the treadmill itself feels rock solid. So if nobody wants to, you know, if no charity gets on with my my proposal, what I want to do, I'll just do it myself on YouTube. And if I raise a couple of $100, it's better than nothing. It'd be kind of sad though. In a lot of ways, I do feel very left out of a lot of things, but I leave myself out. It's my own doing largely. There are trolls on the internet, but there's a lot of really, really nice people, you know? And even if they fuck with you, they're still, for the most part, they're going to be nice. They're going to, or at least they won't cross certain lines, but they, they'll poke fun at you. And that's fine. I can take that. I can even take, like, the personal shit. I could take the deep jabs because I'm a fucking loner. I could just detach, and it might stick around a little bit, but that's what ashwagandha and L-theanine are for. Lots of weed and digital entertainment. But, like I said earlier, we're social animals, and it's more ingrained in some people than others. And to be denied those interactions, the incel thing, to me, is like one of the, especially since it led to some mass murders, is something that's really tragic in my eyes. I can understand the loneliness. I felt it here and there. I can understand the resentment or, rejection. I've been there too. When I was a melodramatic teenager, I handled it like, shit. Like a mixture between an anime character and a Victorian character in a novel. I was so, oh God, ridiculously bad. Nowadays, none of that shit really bothers me because I guess my hormones are like, stop it, you're not a man anymore. But, or I just learned to put things in their place. But with the incels, when they're not physically unattractive, there's something in their personality. Elliot Rodger would quote, word for word, American Psycho, but speak them like they're his words. It wasn't done ironically. This narrative complex was imprinted on his brain. So he would quote the Patrick Bateman is the name of the character. Now I can't remember the actor's name. Christian Bale. He would quote it. He even did the Whitney Houston monologue. Did it perfectly, word for word. And a lot of people didn't pick up on it. It's like, shit, didn't you see the movie? I didn't read the book, but I saw the movie. Word for word. And he's wondering why girls are turning him down. Now, the thing is with him, I think he would have benefited from some kind of medication. And I'll tell you, I'm taking Wellbutrin. I'm on my second week. Huge difference. I'm still the asshole I always was, but I'm much less impulsive. I just paid off my phone. Prior to the Wellbutrin, I have a Pixel 8 Pro. I would have traded it in already. And, instead of having a nice low phone bill now, I'm on Google Fi. I don't really use internet outside the house. Rarely. I like for the Walmart app, I do deliveries for Walmart. Google Maps for navigation. That's pretty much it. Kroger.com when I'm shopping, Walmart.com. If I want to know what aisle the fucking thing is in, I got the Walmart system all down. It's really, I don't watch videos. I don't stream music. For $11 a month, I got a Samsung Galaxy Tab 11 Plus. So I Bluetooth that to my, what do you call it? My car stereo, and I shuffle play MP3s. And it's kind of like listening to the radio, except no commercials, no DJ chatter, and no songs you don't like. You know? And the best part is, since the display is always on, it's like right here when I'm driving, I can just hit next song. You know? If I don't want to hear Bob Dylan talking about how the times are changing, next song. You know? If I don't want to listen to the entirety of Pink Floyd Animals, next song. And I've done that a couple of times. Then again, I've also listened to all of Pink Floyd Animals. When you're out doing deliveries for Walmart, my next thing, I have a pair of headphones. They're cheap little $15 headphones, but they sound good. And I might use them when I'm shopping so I can keep listening to music. You know? I used to take them to the gym. I would do like 90-minute workouts on the treadmill, and I would watch Trogley's guitar show on my phone. But I pay for YouTube Premium, and so I can download. So I would just like download a bunch of stuff off his guitar hunting playlist, and that would keep me busy. That's like SpongeBob for the kids in the back seat. Huh. Ooh, excuse me. So closing in on 40 minutes, 2/3 of an hour. I feel good. Can I do this for another 5.5 hours? We'll see how I feel after 2 or 3. If I can't make it to 2, it means I'm going to have to train, and I would really hate to have to bail on this. But I've never done. I used to walk. I had Fridays off. That's when I worked for Toys R Us. But even when I worked for there was a sewer company, sewer connection company that I worked for. No, I didn't have Fridays off with them. I had Sundays off. Saturdays and Sundays, but usually just Sundays. Toys R Us, yeah. So I'd walk to Toys R Us Friday morning, get my paycheck. Now I lived in West Islip, the edge of West Islip and Bayshore. So I would walk about 3.5 miles down Sunrise Highway to Brentwood Road. Get my paycheck, go from Sunrise and Brentwood Road to 5th Avenue and Suffolk Avenue up in southern part of Brentwood. Cash my check, walk down to the South Shore Mall, which is, Brook Avenue and Sunrise Highway, and then cut down along Sunrise to Saxon Avenue. There was a hobby shop there. And I would portion out my rent, or, the contribution to the house. I was living with my mom at the time. Money for weed. Didn't have a car, so no gas. Ate my mom's food, so no food, no food expense. And I would just piss away money at this hobby store. I was a hardcore gamer, pen and pencil gamer. Really old school, before DOS. Before Microprose, before SSI. And then I would walk, 4.5 miles home. So altogether, it was like over. Shit. All right, 3.5. 3.5. 6.5. 8. Hobby shop be like, all right, so about 14 miles altogether. In work boots, in jeans, on a hot day, with a cotton t-shirt, carrying bags of like GURPS and Steve Jackson games, and I didn't get into Warhammer. It was just a little too. I grew up, like, I came of age in the 80s, so the big shoulder pads remind me of, there was this actress, Grace Jones. Always wore the big shoulder pads. And then I would think of, I mean, I love Talking Heads, but I would think of David Byrne. So whenever I would see the Warhammer Space Marine guys, I would think, you know, same as it ever was. But yeah. I liked more realistic things, but I liked them in fantasy settings. I was a big Tolkien fan. Big time. Not so much these days. Now it's more nostalgia. Peter Jackson fucked that shit up for me really bad. Turned Tolkien into Star Wars, you know. One of the saddest things was in Fellowship of the Ring, where Aragorn's fighting the Uruk-hai captain, and the Uruk-hai throws his shield with a throat-shaped cutout, and it was so fucking bad. Why that was in there? Why Peter Jackson didn't? You know why? Is because the producers, asshole producers, watching their watches saying, "Up, we haven't seen bullshit in 14 minutes. Get some bullshit in there." It was okay in Star Wars because they had the Force, you know, and you usually only saw it with like Luke Skywalker, pretty much just him. Yeah. Otherwise, everything was very like in the westerns, you know. When Han Solo did something, it was like pull the gun and fire. When Luke Skywalker did shit, there was the Force involved. So, you know, shit spin, bounce off of this, bounce off of that, get back in his hand. Hey, look what I did. It was palatable in Star Wars. It really sucked in Lord of the Rings. And even the early Indiana Jones stuff, it kind of fit. It was still George Lucas, even though Spielberg was involved. And I don't think anything Spielberg did other than the Indiana Jones movies had that kind of bullshit. I forgot what it's called, Rube Goldberg machine, where all the rebounding angles, the amount of force applied, you know, it just leads to like superhuman results, or just unbelievable luck, over and over and over. So, yeah. Lord of the Rings was kind of killed. I would love to see a nonprofit, you know, a .org, come up with a beautiful illustrated version. I liked Ralph Bakshi's version, but it was like, you know, it's kind of like if it was produced by Jefferson Airplane. It was very hippie. I liked it. It was very, when I need my 70s nostalgia, Bakshi's version of Lord of the Rings, you know, when music ain't doing it, you know, early Rush or Led Zeppelin, early Yes, Jethro Tull, you know, when it's just not doing it for me. Ralph Bakshi's Lord of the Rings. Yeah. I think I could do this for another 2 hours. Unfortunately, it means babbling for another 2 hours, so. But I'm going to have to use the bathroom when the first hour is up. So that's, you know, when I do the charity thing, yeah, every hour I'm going to take a 5 minute rest, go to the bathroom if I have to, um, stretch my legs if I have to, take a hit off my inhaler, caffeine pill, whatever needs to be done. But for 6.5 hours, in between those 5 minute rests, I'm going to be doing this. Probably without shooting my mouth off, though. If people are coming into the chat with donations and stuff, I'll let them do the talking. I'll just waddle along. So yeah, I would do these long, long walks. Thought I forgot what I was talking about, huh? I would do these long, long walks. 14 miles. Stopping here and there. Like before I went in the South Shore Mall, I would hang out in this little patch of woods, smoke a joint, half a joint. Go into the South Shore Mall, something to drink, maybe a small bite to eat, and then continue on to Saxon Avenue. Other times, I would just like stop off the South Shore Mall to go to the bathroom, and then continue and head into Saxon Avenue. I would just smoke a joint while I'm walking. Later on, I went to the check cashing place down Union Boulevard. And one of the things I love to do, you can't do it anymore, walking along the railroad tracks. Now they're active railroad tracks, but there's plenty of shoulder. You can stand on the side. If you wave to the conductor, he'll blow the horn. Sometimes I do this to the people looking out the window. Never anything mean, more like, Something you would expect from like a 5-year-old. Yeah, walking down the railroad track, smoking a joint. I would get, the song Out on the Tiles by Led Zeppelin. That would get stuck into my head. That and Hey Hey, What Can I Do? Sun shining. Air kind of smells heavy of petroleum, but if you spent enough time in downtown Bayshore, you're used to the smell. Cool breeze. You run into some people here and there, usually kids. Pocket the joint, Usually they're pretty nice. Usually, more often than not, we just walk past each other, but sometimes it'd be like, hey, how you doing? Talk about the day a little bit, and then move on our ways, which is nice. Every once in a while, there'd be somebody like a smart ass. At the time, I think I was in my 30s, so when a teenager mouths off to you, all you can do is like shrug and carry on. There were never any threats, but just things like, hey, get a haircut. You just laugh it off. Now that was a different scenario, though. I would go to the check cashing place, what was it? Islip Avenue and Union Boulevard. Not Union Boulevard. It was a Montauk Highway. Yep, I don't know if it's still there. And there was an overweight woman, not grossly overweight, but she had like a mom bod, too busy to work out, kept busy enough by her children, but still ate her cookies, The snacks for the kids were the snacks for her. Beautiful face though, absolutely gorgeous. And I was always like really super shy around her, and she would pick up on that. But like I had a big, ugly beard at the time. My hair was all greasy and shit. Like right now, it's got a lot of sweat in it, so it's not really flowing. But when I blow dry it, it'll flow. So she looked at me like I was just some dirtbag coming to cash his check. And for the most part, I was when I was living at my mom's house. It was a fucked up situation, but all that's gone now. And I'm hoping the power I had in my legs still exists. But we're closing in on the first hour. We'll do 2 more of these. And I'm hoping to get into work by like 5 or 6. If I end up taking tonight off, I'm not going to kill myself over it. Tomorrow my sister's home. I'm only doing the strength training in the morning. So I can get an early bite on today. Get out of here like 1 in the afternoon. Get about a 9-hour day in. 9-hour day is around $140, around there. Maybe 150. Walmart's been giving me like high tipping jobs. And I think it's because all my metrics are really, they're in the 98, 99 field. Like all of them, except for job acceptance. My job acceptance is like 44%, and it goes lower every day. But the acceptance doesn't affect the offers, not like with DoorDash. If you're below 96%, DoorDash will start giving you just crappy jobs, low tips. You'll get $2 for like a 2-mile trip or a 1-mile trip, but it's through rush hour traffic. It's going to take you half an hour. Basically, you just made $4 an hour. You do enough of them, they'll give you something like maybe a $5 or $10 tip. But compared to the bullshit you have to take to get that, now I went platinum my first week. I did 99 deliveries, and I think it's monthly they do it. But, and I've said this many times, if somebody dragged me out of my car and beat the living shit out of me the way I was driving to reach that platinum status, I would have deserved it. I wouldn't have pressed charges. Somebody, shit, even if it was a little old lady with her purse beating the shit out of me, I wouldn't have fought back. Deserved it. People in Kentucky are very, very tolerant, but only to a certain degree, and only, a certain amount of the people. So I do run the risk of getting the shit kicked out of me. So I went on the hourly because they would give me like a $25, or more like say between $15 and $20 for a shopping gig. Usually Dollar Tree or some shit like that. If most of the times these shopping trips would take more than an hour, and then say 20 minutes for the delivery. So you're making about $15 an hour, kinda. I switched to the hourly. No more shopping trips. I would get like maybe, it was usually like about a 10-20 minute wait between offers. Any offers, not just low, any offers at all. They made sure I did not make more than $12.50 an hour. So I'm back on a job-based one, except I no longer have my gold status, let alone platinum. I was dog shit level. Around the same time, friend of mine invited me, if I could get my ass in New York, I could go see Yes at the Paramount. You know, balcony seats. Ooh, it was great. It was fucking awesome. Uh, the guy, he bought two or three $400 bottles of wine. And it was the most expensive drink I ever had in my life. And it's when I really learned how to drink wine and appreciate it. So I can drink things like Black Box and note the merits. Not like a connoisseur, but at least recognize what I'm looking for, should be looking for, according to the connoisseurs. Anyway, when I got back here, or actually when I was up there, I got approved for Spark. Spark is the subsidiary, I think it's a subsidiary of Walmart, that handles the deliveries. Pay sucks, but the work is good. And if you stick with it and you keep your metrics high, they try to give you $20 an hour. They don't have an hourly option like DoorDash. But if you keep Monday and Wednesday, I did not have to wait more than like 4 or 5 minutes for an offer. Now, there's only one store I want to work out of. I know the neighborhood and I know the store. I turned down offers for all the other stores, which kind of sucks because there's another store nearby, but one of the receipt checkers wants to like get in a dick swinging contest with me, and I'm just not into it. So I just work this one store. With Spark, they'll do this thing just for you, and you got a little timer. But when they do that, it's for that one store. It's a shopping job, not a pickup. Sometimes it's a pickup. And it's usually more than a $5 tip. Sometimes like it's a $10 tip. During the Christmas to New Year's Eve, that week, I was getting like $20, $30 tips. And it was awesome. I was very, very happy. But I make my customers happy. I tie off the bags. If there's multiple items in the bag, it gets tied, double knot. And that keeps shit from flying out of the bag if I have to do like any kind of stupid maneuver. When I stack the stuff on the doorstep, heavy stuff on the bottom, light stuff up top, bread and eggs at the very top. One of my first delivery jobs, they loaded up my back seat. There was a loaf of bread back there. I had to swerve fast to avoid an accident. When I delivered that poor guy's bread, it was all mangled. But that was my learning experience. I think we're coming up on the 4-mile mark. So, yep, 4 miles, so I'm gonna kill it. Do a 5-minute rest and go to the bathroom. I don't think I need 5 minute rests. I think maybe 2 or 3 minutes. I don't know. There's a little bit of an ache in my right foot, but that's not bad. It feels kind of natural. Knees feel good. Actually, knees just don't feel anything. They feel normal. Ankles, hips. I'm going to turn this off, give it a little rest, let it cool off. But when I'm at the gym doing this, I'm hoping there are two gyms I'm going to pitch this to. The first, I mean, since it's an LGBT um, fundraiser, I figured there's an LGBT friendly gym, and I figured they would be interested in hosting it. If not, I'm going to try Planet Fitness. Planet Fitness has the whole judgment free thing. You know, I'm a member there. Haven't been there in a long time because, you know, I got a treadmill now. And if worse comes to worse, I'll do it here. And if this treadmill dies, I'm just going to have to save up enough money, about $400, to replace it. You know, yeah. This thing cost me $325. Normally it's $389. I got it for $325, $348 with sales tax. Used it fine for a couple of weeks, and one day I hear ping. A day or two later, I noticed I think it was the same day actually, there was a bolt on the floor. And it was the same kind of bolts this thing is assembled with. It's a spherical head with the Allen key indent. And so I immediately spotted where it came from. It wasn't one of the bolts I put in. It was a factory installed bolt, and I couldn't get it back in there. My fingers just weren't getting in there. So I have a Syrian Tech coverage on all my electronics, anything electric I buy from Amazon, including like the ceiling fan. So this was covered. So I asked them if they could send someone out to repair it, and they said, no, we're just going to refund you. And at first that felt like, yeah, but it still works. I'm getting a free treadmill that's just missing a bolt. But in hindsight, this costs like $20 a month, this coverage. And I've been doing it for like 3 years. So that's what, 240 times 3. So yeah, I got my money back. Damn straight, I got my money back. You know, when I was on the phone with the lady, you know, from Assyrian, I was saying, you know, golly, this just doesn't seem right. But in hindsight, yeah, it seems absolutely perfect. You know, and I didn't bullshit him. I didn't, you know. I'll tell the laptop story next because that's a funny one. Okay. All right. So the display did something a little unwholesome just now. Like the full LED lit up instead of just like it usually just flashes zeros. But the thing is though, I would expect the motor to go out before the digital part goes out. I mean, shit. If it's just a matter of like bypassing the digital stuff, just throw a resistor in there and no, you can't do that because you got to trigger the. I don't know. At that point, I would just throw it out and get a new one, which sucks. I want this thing to last years, you know, not weeks. So anyway, the laptop story with Assyrian Tech. I use Grok. You know, a lot of times, like I just use it to bounce ideas off of, or to like fill me in on like some technical stuff, like filing an insurance claim, something I've never really done before. Doing my taxes, registering an LLC, managing an LLC, programming a video game, a lot of stuff. But I like it because it really brought a lot of things into my life that were never there. And there are things that I'm doing, there are things that I'm bringing in with Grok's instruction, which is nice. I don't take it out of its place. I don't think that I'm ever going to actuate, or spiritually awaken an LLM, But Grok 3 has a nice personality to it. None of the Mecha Hitler waifu bullshit. Is very... If you remember the movie Dogma, if you remember Buddy Jesus, not the Jesus part, but the thumbs up, that's Grok, But if you're on a bad path, it'll recommend a better one. Like if you're planning on doing something, but your method of doing it is counterproductive, it'll let you know. And I like that. So anyway, when I first moved from New York to Kentucky, part of the condition was that I would babysit my nephew's kids. They didn't really need babysitting. They were both, one was approaching his teens, the other one was like 13, 14, 15, something like that. The older one should have just been babysitting the younger one. But I had to spend 5 nights a week there. And I was really hell-bent on music at the time. And I've written some decent songs at that time. But I wanted a computer to bring over there and use my interface with. I had some extra money from when my mom died. And so I bought a $2,400 MSI Creator Series computer. And it was great at first. Recognized my interface. Ran Studio One. Ran Propellerhead, Reason Studios. Ran Blender, Ran Cozy UI. Comfy UI rather. Did a bunch of stuff. Great little computer, 32 gigs of RAM. Bought it off of Amazon. Got the Assyrian tech. The big letters, the big print, the one that catches your eye and you say, oh, I want that. Intel i9 processor. 1 terabyte solid state drive. You go down to the bottom, the fine print, i7 processor, 512 gigabytes. MSI, and this is MSI's page. This isn't a reseller. This is MSI themselves. So, all right, I can live with it. I can deal with it. I still felt the computer was good enough. The display, oh God, what a gorgeous display. And it had an aluminum chassis, Kind of lends to the air of durability. Anyway, sound went out after like 3 months. MSI is like, well, we'll repair it. We'll send you a box and you send it back to us. And I did. They sent me the box, I slept in the box, sent it back. Get it back in about a week. Maybe 10 days. I felt that it was a good time. I was like, oh, great, thanks. Maybe even been a little quicker than that. Turn on the computer, not the MSI Dragon Shield. Some computer company comes up on the splash screen. So they sent it to a third party. I don't care, as long as it works. It didn't work. the sound still didn't work. It didn't recognize the what do you call it? The audio circuits inside, whatever the hell it was. Whether it has a dedicated sound card or just part of the motherboard. Either way, it didn't recognize it. Call MSI. What the fuck, man? So they said send it back. They send it back. MSI, they fixed it this time. Get it back, works for a few days, won't shut off. I mean, it stays like, it'll shut off Windows, but then it just stays, you know, the screen doesn't go out. And I forgot what kind is set on the display, but it had text and shit. I call them up, they say, well, the warranty has lapsed. So it took about a year for this to happen. I call Syrian Tech. They talk me through some procedures. Still doesn't work. One day I'm cleaning my room, and you can't see it now, but I have these tables. They're stands. They look like music stands. They have like the tripod legs. They have a post, and they have a tabletop. And I had my MSI Creator Series laptop. It's a nice big 17-inch right on top of it. I'm cleaning my room. Cord wraps around it, table flops over, computer goes bang right on the ground. Shit. I call Syrian. You know, well, first, this is when, like, after I started consulting Grok about things. So I asked Grok, you know, do you think my coverage would hand, you know, and it said, yeah, no problem. Give them a shot. Now, if they can repair it, there's a $500 deductible. I said, what if they can't repair it? And it kind of like admitted it can go either way. I don't know. Call Syrian, send me a box, send it off. They say, we can't fix it. Here's a refund minus sales tax. No deductible, no bullshit. So a Syrian Tech, it's $20 a month, but it already kind of paid for itself. Now I got a Lenovo ThinkPad, and the thing's been running like a champ. $500 computer. 16 gigabytes of RAM. I can upgrade to 32, but then I void the warranty. $500 computer. Nowadays, upgrading RAM, I mean, it's DDR4, I think. So it'll be a little easy to get a hold of rather than DDR5. My main computer, the desktop, what you see the monitor for it. It's got DDR4, and it does everything I need to do. It runs, excuse me, Studio One. When I had Reason Studios, it ran that. Comfy UI, DaVinci Resolve, any Adobe shit. I do shit with Blender. It does the, what do you call it, Eon software stuff, View and Plant Factory. Beast of a computer. My brother gave me $7,000 out of the money I was supposed to get from my mom's sale of my mom's house. It's like, you know, this is to build a new computer. And I wanted the RTX 3090 cards. So the day they were supposed to come out, I sat like, you know, like a kid on the you know, Ticketron, you know, trying to get them rush tickets, you know, or whatever big band, I don't know, trying to get them tickets, couldn't even get on the NVIDIA site. Everything sold out almost immediately. All went to data miners, bit miners actually, Bitcoin miners, those dickheads. All went to them. So I was so pissed off. I'm never buying from Nvidia again. So I got an RTX 3090. Stupid fucking thing. I got a 64 core processor. I have no idea what to fucking do with it. But the computer's a fucking beast. What did I have? I had a GTX 1070 Ti. Still in the box down there. Somehow it got unseated from the, what do you call it? It got unseated from the PCI, whatever the fuck it's plugged into. And I panicked. So my brother's like, all right, you know, I'm like, how am I gonna make money? What am I gonna do? You know, I got all these fucking plans and I'm not, you know, it's like, all right, let's see what the best card for you is. And I chose the RTX A4500. But I told him, like, I don't want to fucking play games. You know, I want to do something productive. So that became the video card. So I have an NVIDIA card in my computer nonetheless. But down the road, I'd like to stick another one in, so I'll have 40 gigs of VRAM. And for the shit I do, I don't need more than that. I really don't. That would even be overkill. The RAM I have, you have 256 gigs. I need like a quarter of that at the most. I don't think anything I've done has utilized all of my RAM. I could use more storage space, but that's because I have like redundant saves, you know. I back shit up way too much. And then it gets cluttered, and then I become unproductive. But yeah. The babble is strong in this one. Feet feel good though. So we're closing in on the 5 mile mark. And let's say 5 people pledged, say $5 a mile. That'd be $125. Far cry from the $1,500–1,600 they need to, you know, give someone a new place to live. But it's part of it. So I imagine if they host this, they're not going to put a microphone in front of me. But honestly, the more you talk, the more you wind yourself. But I forgot to take a hit off my inhaler, and my breathing, you know, it doesn't feel at all constricted, so I don't even feel the need for it. I'm not racing from the 400 milligrams of caffeine I took about 2 hours ago. And the L-theanine and ashwagandha seem to be having their effect. You know, I'm not raging and shit. I mean, I talk some shit, but I didn't, you know, I didn't get raging. And I do that sometimes. I shot my mouth off on X this morning. I have to stay off X in the morning. I mouthed off to a friend of mine. He sang in a band that I played bass in. And he's a smartass. He likes to troll, he likes to provoke. So one morning, I read something, and I took it the wrong way, and I called him a little neocon prick, something like that. And he came back and he go, "What the fuck's wrong with you? I'm not a neocon," you know. And he explained the context of his post, and I apologized. I told him, like, "Look, I'm really pissy in the morning. I really am. I should just check my emails and go straight to like YouTube for the morning wake up. When I'm having my morning tea and shit." Instead of like checking out X and Facebook, I should save that for like before I go to work. When I'm mellowed. But then again, I get a lot of anxiety before I go to work. I don't know. I go on X because I hope I'm going to get information, news, relevant to the things I want to do. I don't. I get shit on Israel and Palestine and Iran and Pete Hegseth and, all these ghoulish subjects. When what I'm really looking for is like Godot development, what's going on in AI, especially Claude Code. Arthropods. It does give me a lot of arthropods. Around 2011, 10, 9, I got my first digital camera, D80, Nikon D80. Oh God. And I got my first lens. Micro Nikkor 105 millimeter. That's it. With the vibration reduction. Gorgeous lens. Absolutely gorgeous. Did a whole bunch of experiments trying to keep I like to shoot ground level. I like to do like a little macro. Then I learned about focus stacking. And I would try to I did some, but I would do these like little miniature scenes like fungal gardens and stuff like that. It's a little something this big and try to make it look like something this big. By focus stacking, giving you an extra depth of field. Kind of sucked. I mean, the camera would move, the camera support would move, the steps in my focus stacks, and the software I used, and I just wasn't getting I wasn't getting the results I wanted. So, but I kept at it. I loved it. I would go off into the woods, spend the whole day in there. Well, I wanted to shoot video. D80 doesn't shoot video. And I found out there was a lens converter that would allow you to put Nikon lenses on Canon bodies. And the Canon EOS 7D came out. It had video. And I wanted to shoot macro video. So I got a Nikon Canon EOS 7D. Had it for about 6-7 months. Used it for a while. It was fun. A little more clunky than I expected, and I was a little more clunky than I should have been, but I had my time with it. It was fun. Traded in for a Nikon D50-100 just because I wanted the auto metering and shit like that. Really didn't use autofocus. Doing my little micro scenes, macro scenes, whatever you want to call them. Bugs. They start, crashing my scene. I didn't really mind. I could always Photoshop them out. But they just had so much character. And they remind me of something when I was a kid. I used to dream of ants. jousting on camel crickets. And then the game Joust came out with the knights on the, I guess they were supposed to be eagles or feathered pterosaurs. I don't know. I got the D5100. Somebody posted a picture of a hoverfly in flight. And I thought, oh my God. Now it's a hoverfly. That's how everyone who cuts their teeth on doing insect in-flight photography, they cut their teeth on hoverflies. Why? Because they hover. They sit in one spot in the air, and you can take your time focusing, composing your shot. And they're not really, humans don't register. They're interested in finding nectar and avoiding predators. So we're just part of the landscape. I got a few of them, but one night in my mom's backyard, I got a nice close-up shot with flash of a lightning bug. I call them lantern beetles, but because they're beetles, but firefly, lightning bug, whatever you want to call them. Took up a good part of the frame, nicely composed, more space in front of the animal instead of behind. Good detail, good focus, and a flash. And it was illuminating. It's light, the tail was going off in the lower abdomen. Damn near perfect shot. A few days later, I got two, what the hell are they called? They're mosquitoes, but they're the ones with the blue and white stripes. If they weren't such little assholes, they would be really beautiful animals. But I got them mating in flight. And that just ignited me. So, I think that was around 2012, 2013. Around that time, I was aching to quit smoking. I had been smoking cigarettes for 33 years. I was running out of breath, doing so many little things. Time I could have spent with the camera, I would spend having a cigarette break. So I made a deal with my mom. Listen, lend me the money for a Nikon D7200. I will pay you back, say $200 a month. 6 months. It was a $1,200 camera. But I'm just going to give you all my money. Amazon. Anyway, she lent me the money. I had no money for tobacco. And at that point, I was no longer buying packs of cigarettes. I was buying loose tobacco, rolling my own cigarettes, buying the filters and rolling machine. So, and my doctor gave me patches. And he was like, I want to see you in 2 weeks. I want to see you in 2 weeks. I want to see how you're doing. Because you're a really messed up person and want to make sure, withdrawals don't bend you the wrong way. 2014, I got my 7200. I got the, it wasn't a Surian, it was Square Trade. Got their extended warranty. My D7200 went belly up. Malfunctioned when I was shooting in the woods. Contacted Square Trade. They said, send it in. If we can't fix it, we'll replace it. And that's exactly what they did. They couldn't fix it. They sent me the money, however much I paid for it, and I went and bought another one. And that one lasted. That one worked beautifully. Unfortunately, I sold both camera body and lens about 6 months ago. It wasn't really that heartbreaking. I don't think I'll ever shoot again. But for 3 years, it was the happiest days of my life while I was on Long Island. Now here in Kentucky, I'm really very happy. But from May until September, while school is in session, it would be just on the weekends or after school hours, because the woods I shot in were across the street from an elementary school. And you see some guy with a camera with a long lens on it, you're gonna think all the wrong things. But when school, during the summer months, I parked my car right in the edge of the school parking lot. I'd be able to see it from where I was shooting. And oh God, I spent every day in those woods. Every day that was, bright. Sometimes when it was cloud cover, but and if it was raining, I just stayed in. But I got so many fucking shots of insects in flight. Carpenter bees, dragonflies, wasps, paper wasps, they are hard to shoot. Sphesid wasps like Amphiphilia. They became like one of my favorite wasps. Sphex pennsylvanicus, the great black wasp. Big black wasp around this long. Wingspan equal dimensions. Gorgeous animal. People are so afraid of them. They are, I would say, as far as like wasps go, they're very polite. I cornered one. They hang around bushes, like flowering bushes, wherever there's buds, and they'll bounce from bud to bud. And it looks like they're, drinking nectar with their, what do you call it? It looks like a tongue, And they're just like dabbing the nectar, but they jump really fast from place to place. They're like hypercaffeinated. So there was kind of like an alcove where these two bushes met. And she's a big female bouncing around. And I'm getting in close, and I'm trying to get in close, and I spooked it. So instead of stinging me, it started beating its wings really hard, making a noise, like a loud buzz, and doing these tight circles in front of me until I backed up. And she went back on her thing, what she was doing. And that's how she told me to keep my distance. And there was another time too. Don't know if it was the same wasp, but it seemed to see what I was doing. It knew I was paying attention to it. So it went up like this with the sky behind it. And if I had presence of mind, I would have pointed the camera up, focused, and shot as many exposures as I could. Instead, I just looked up at her like, and she kind of stayed there in one spot for like maybe 400 milliseconds, less than half a second, but long enough for me to realize I should point my camera there. And by the time I did, she was back to her thing. And it sounds like I'm anthropomorphizing this wasp, but that was the behavior I saw. Now, I have a photograph. I don't know if I wanted to make a video about it, but this was a wild experience. There was, all right, the woods I would go to, they're called Stratus Woods, and there's like a triangular path. Goes from the entrance, goes like this, and down, and then diagonally. And I was on that diagonal path. That's more like a footpath than a road. Otherwise, it's like a dirt road, the other two paths. Anyway, there was a big, not big, but the eastern edge of it had these flowering bushes. And there was always a bunch of, mostly bees. Looked like honeybees. Might actually be honeybees. There's a lot of different bee species. They may have been like an American native species, but who knows. And bumblebees, of course, butterflies. There's a type of butterfly, small and compact, called skippers. They're generally brown, but I guess you can find them in other colors. They'll have, dots on the wings. Usually with circles around the dots, sometimes speckled patterns, but they're very compact, small. You can mistake them for moths. There's a sphesid wasp named Prionyx. That's the genus. And they're hunters. They have a deadly sting to other insects. I think they mainly hunt either grasshoppers or spiders. And I think I've seen them do both, but it might be species dependent. Like one species goes for exclusively grasshoppers, the other exclusively goes for spiders. But I'm watching this skipper butterfly chasing a wasp, and I got a photograph. It's blurry, not like blurry so you can't see it, but blurry where you're not going to get the fine details. But you can see a butterfly is chasing a wasp, and this went on for like 20 minutes. And I only managed to get that one photo, but I got it. And I posted it to the entomology groups on Facebook, asking, do insects play? Because I don't know what the hell this butterfly is going to do to a wasp. I can see the wasp chasing the butterfly. Now, on a brief aside, I do have a nice, it's kind of funny. It's a funny little slideshow of a butterfly lands on a flower, and this wasp kind of like, first it's up here, then it's down here, like, what are you doing on my flower? And then it rams the butterfly in the butt, and you see the butterfly take off, and the wasp is on the flower. Then the butterfly is gone, and the wasp is up here, facing the direction the butterfly flew. Clearly, the wasp chased the butterfly off the flower. A wasp and a butterfly go at it. The wasp is going to, I don't think the butterfly can go at it. I think it's all it's going to do is flutter around, try to confuse its predator, and then vamos, whatever the fuck that word is, vamos, yeah, adios. Anyway, this butterfly was chasing the wasp for like 20 minutes, and I got one photo of it. It makes me really, really happy. But I like I said, I sent it into entomology group on Facebook, and they just ignored it. And I think that's part of the reason why I don't really, get upset when a group doesn't, respond to me. All right, fuck it. I mean, even if you participate, in the group in other ways, you comment on other people's posts, and you try to be helpful, or you thank people for identifications and stuff. But when it comes to like non-scientists trying to not so much make a contribution, but at least, this is what I saw. Here's proof of it, kind of. Can you explain what I was seeing? And when they ignore it, I try not to be jealous, but there was this one time where some guy accidentally took a picture of a bumblebee taking a leak. The bee was in flight, and there was some liquid coming out of it. Made the fucking newspaper. I got 3 photographs of a bee fly shitting in flight. Big log comes out of its ass, and you see it dropping down, perfect focus. Because the press loves pee more than poo. But yeah. Closing in on 6.5 miles. My legs feel solid. The bottoms of my feet, they feel the way the bottoms of your feet feel after 6.5 miles. I would have more lung if I would stop babbling. Still got the cotton mouth. Still have energy. I don't want to take any more caffeine. This is something I don't want to screw with. But all in all, yeah, hour and 38 minutes. I do feel like I can do this 4 more times. I think I could do the 26 miles. Can I babble for 26 miles? Hopefully not. But until recently, I would consider this like better therapy than a therapist. But I hooked up with this new clinic that accepts Humana, and they have a psychiatric nurse practitioner. So I kind of lied to him, told him that, had my drinking under control. I didn't. I went there looking for Adderall. Not so much that I wanted a buzz, but that I want to overcome this ADD, and I want to become productive. I want to start, making money, not spark driver money, I really should be past that by the age of 58. Now I understand there are people who don't, but when I was a kid, my IQ was, measured very high. A lot of bad decisions on my part, a lot of bad decisions on my mother's part, a lot of indifference from educators, a lot of, unfortunately, corruption from professionals who were brought into my life. Led me to where I am today. Like I said, the first thing I said was a lot of bad decisions on my part, a lot of bad form on my part. A lot of teachers didn't want to deal with me because I was a little asshole. Are they still doing their jobs at that point? I'm not going to look back to 1982 and try to, excuse my shortcomings. So when the doctor said, now listen, if you want Adderall, I'll give you Adderall. But I think Wellbutrin is a better fit. Explained why. I could have said, no, I want the Adderall. I hear about Adderall addiction. I hear it doesn't always work the way it should. I heard the buzz is a lot of fun. What happened when I went on the Wellbutrin, I noticed my impulsivity kind of faded a bit. It's not gone entirely. I'm still prone to do really stupid shit, but it's less likely now, and that tends to be less severe, the consequences. You're not going to see any more guitars on my wall for a while. Not until I can afford them. Before the Wellbutrin, day is going to come because I need a 12 string. They would have come where it would have been like, well, it's only $85 a month. I could do that. Just do extra deliveries. Yeah, right. So the impulsivity. But the thing is, though, the thing, like I was having a hard time saying no to myself when it came to drinking. I don't like to think of it as being an alcoholic, but I guess technically I'm an alcoholic. Just couldn't say no to myself. I'm a loner, but it gets lonely down here. Saturday nights, I would drink with a friend of mine on Discord. We'd have like a, chat channel, chat server, like the Brady Bunch, like a Zoom call. Anyway. And yeah, that's fun. And I still do that, but I would drink during the week as well. And I wouldn't go through withdrawals if I didn't, but I would feel like I'm missing out, Like I could be having such a great time. Doing what? Drinking wine. Or before I drank wine, I was drinking beer. And now, this is the second week where I haven't drunk in the middle of the week. No drinking in the middle of the week. I have to attribute that to the Wellbutrin. And I've heard that it really helps with like addictive behaviors. And that is just fucking fantastic. Now I might take tonight off to do some more, I have to set up the MCP with Claude Code and everything. Now I can wait till Sunday. I'm gonna have to take a shower. The thing is though, I'm not gonna get off of this until after 3. I can still be to work by 5. So yeah, I'm probably gonna go in. But if I don't, it's Friday. I can make the justification, it's Friday. I don't really feel like drinking tonight. I don't really see myself wanting to. I used to get a box of wine. I used to get like 2 or 3 a week. And last week, I got a 1.5 liter bottle on Saturday. Drank a little more than half of it Saturday night. Drank the other half, or the other third, Sunday evening. And when I ran out, there was no rush to run out and get more. I was satisfied, had a little buzz, slept well, slept very well. Saturday nights I would have a problem staying up till like, my friend would stay up till 6, 7 o'clock in the morning, so I would too, The Wellbutrin, it just fits good with me. And we are now at the 7-mile mark. Hour and 45 minutes in. The whole of each of my legs feels dynamite. I'm a little embarrassed by my belly sticking out here. I was never vain when I was younger. A little, but not much. I would look in the mirror and be like, nah. I would dress. I would try to dress well, but I always wore everything I had to work, and I worked with contractors. I was a laborer. So all my clothes got fucked up. I never really had more than 3 or 4 pairs of jeans. And when you're doing labor work, jeans get smelly quick. And when you're doing a 6-day week and you don't get a chance to do laundry, you end up wearing whatever you can. You don't want to be the smelly guy in the truck. So it really wouldn't matter. My jeans would end up, stained and ripped, and I would hear about girls paying $150 for a ripped up pair of jeans. Come to me to work for a week. You'll get your jeans ripped up. You got ripped up plenty good. I'm really like so happy now. I mean, you can't really see my clothes. Boy, I mean, well, you see the colors in that closet. There's an abundance of clothes. Shit. I mean, I go to what the fuck are they called? Goodwill. And I got like 19 pairs of jeans. I got sweatpants like these. I think I got 6 pairs. And I got some other fancy ass sweatpants. Plus I got 6 pair that I used to wear at the gym. They're like standard men's sweatpants. Got a bunch of shirts. Tops, if you will. This is actually, it's not supposed to be this army green. It's all soaked with sweat now. But it's a blessing. It really is. And it feels good. And I'm hoping this charity thing I do can bring that feeling to more people. Even if you're the only person who cares about you, at least one person does. And a lot of people, they're so beat down they can't even do that for themselves. So that's why, another reason I feel I need to do this. And yeah, of course, it's gonna draw viewers and it's gonna get my name out there and shit like that. But I promise you that's secondary. Because originally I wanted to do this for local animal shelters. And I was going to wait until like May or June or July. I was going to make sure, But with this, I really don't care if I drop dead after 4 hours. I'm not going to, but. And this ain't the last time I'm going to do it either. Far from it. If I do it here, I'm going to have to get a stand for my phone. And then I'm going to have to relay the phone into OBJ. Which means I have to clean the USB jack on my phone, the charging port, because it tends to spit out the charging cable, and I would be using that charging cable to interface with OBJ Studio. Otherwise, there's really no way for people watching to see what the odometer and what the timer and the calories and the speed and the incline, all of that comes up on the display on the treadmill. So I'm really hoping that one of the charities, right now the only one I approached is Rainbow Railroad. But if they're not interested, there's another one that's focused on the Midwestern United States. So they're my second choice. I have 6 choices altogether. If they all say no, I'll do it myself. And then the next time it'll be for local animal shelters. But I really do feel I need to do this. itchy chin. It'd also be nice to expand my social horizon a bit, meet more like-minded people. I meet a lot of farm people, and they're nice. They're really decent. They'll often call me an odd fella, but they're nice to me. They're very nice and very respectful. If they have work that needs to be done and they want somebody to do it, they'll offer me like $15 an hour. I work like a freaking demon, and they love that. They'll say something like, well, imagine it'll take about 3 or 4 hours. I get it done in 90 minutes. They're like, you know what? I'll pay you for 2 hours. Mainly because I only have a 20 and a 10, and I don't feel like figuring out 22.50. But yeah, I work my ass off for them. And part of it is because I like them. I like giving them 110%, you know, that kind of thing. And I hug their horses, and their goats, and their dogs, and their cats. I try to get the chickens. And there's a llama who won't let me hug him, but if I come up behind him, I can scratch his back. He eats chick food out of my hand. He won't eat, well, he tries to eat the, he needs dental work, like me. He tries to eat the pasture cakes, you know, the food pellets that you give the horses, but he can't chew them, so he just like wishes them around his mouth and then spits them out. But the chick feed is like super mashed cracked corn. Oh God, like cocaine to this guy. You got chick feed? Blah 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 blah. But I love it because when he does that, I can like hug him and shit. I never hugged a llama. So 7.6 miles. And about 5.5 minutes left. I have a feeling I'm going to have to go a little over an hour because, I don't know, maybe it took a minute for this thing to get up to 4 miles an hour. I gotta remember to take a hit off the, what do you call it? The inhaler. I don't feel a shortness of breath, which is awesome. I think my babble tank ran dry. My knees feel good. A little strained, but not, you know, like they're starting to wake up and say, you know, we're working. Sorry, I got a runny nose. Not runny, but, you know, it's got a mucal presence. I missed the garbage pail. Now there's a booger rag on the floor. Seven 3/4. I can definitely get to 12. Maybe I'm just gonna keep doing this. Maybe I'm gonna see. You know what? Yeah, I guess I'm taking tonight off. I'm gonna see who gives up first, me or the treadmill. I I hope it's me. I can't afford to lose this treadmill, but I love the thing. It's awesome. I think I might try dismantling so I can clean. I know there's dog hair in the motor. I know there's a lot of dust in the motor. So, thing is though, it's got a lot of plastic, molded plastic parts that I think attach from the inside. So they're going to be a bitch to get back on. And it's those plastic molded parts that keep the dust and dog hair and shit out of the motor and the mechanism. But I'll tell you, I haven't had to lubricate this at all after like the second or third week. And I've had this since the first week of January. First week, yeah, first week. I ordered it on like the 3rd or 4th, and it arrived within 7 days. Getting a little foot ache, nothing bad, but I'm not going to be wearing these shoes on like a professional grade treadmill, like a gym grade treadmill. If I can get a gym to sponsor this, not sponsor it, but post it, then, oh shit. We just had a voltage drop. I heard my what do you call it? My battery backup for my computer. Just the relay just kicked. It kicked twice. And because of the latency on the feed, I forgot to set ultra low latency. Right now, I just managed to check out the other monitor, and the lights flickered. Looks like there's about a minute of latency between what OBS records and to what gets sent out to YouTube. Closing in on 2 hours. Yeah, I think in about a minute we're going to hit the 8-mile mark. So we'll do another 5-minute rest. Let's see if I can do 26 miles. Worst that happens is that I spend the rest of the night soaking my feet. Oh. Back in the good old days when I lived with my mom, she always had like 2 or 3 cats. And when they go on your back and they do this. One of them took a leak on me though. I don't know why I trusted her after that, but I let her do it again. All right, 4 miles. Shutting down. So we hit 8 miles. I feel good. I feel like I can do this 3 more times. 3.5 more times. 3 1/4 more times. 3.5. Just set my timer to 5 minutes. I'm going to shut this down so we can cool a bit. And take a drink. Get back up here so I'm in frame a little better. Yeah. The shoes I'm going to wear. No, they're not these. Where are they? Shit, where are they? They're somewhere. They're the shoes I wear to work, so I better find them. Not in the hamper, did I? sometimes I put my shoes in the hamper. Oh, here they are. These guys. They're made by a company called Donner. Honestly, I've never heard of them. These were given to me by a guy I do some work for once in a while. Hey, there's a doggy. Um, they're really good. Right now, I'm wearing Skechers that were only like 35 bucks, but they're great. I've had them for years. They're only starting now to show some wear and tear. Oh, poor Henry. All right. You know what? Shit. All right, I'm gonna make him wait. He wants to go out, but he was out like I let him out for a good long time, and I went out with him um, about 2 hours ago. So the next break, I'm gonna let him out, and if the rest runs long, it runs long. It's not gonna run more than like a minute or two over. Just right now, I got like 3 minutes left, but he's gonna want more than 3 minutes outside. Usually he doesn't want more than five though, so I should be. What I'll do the next rest. Ooh, I almost forgot to do this. But the next rest, I'm going to let him out. First thing, I'm just going to like let him out. But yeah. I feel very, very good. Oh, I really do think I'll be able to do the, what do you call it? 26 miles. If 8 miles feels like this, and if nobody objects to a 5 minute rest in between, every 4 mile, every hour long, 26 miles straight through. If I can get on a treadmill that will let me go continuously, I'll try it, you know. But I imagine like I'm gonna probably want one or two breaks, at least one or two. Probably closer to like three or four, which is how many you would take. You would take 5 breaks in a 6.5 hour run, or actually 6 breaks. During it, like if it was going to be 7 hours. Dog's got his head down on the ground, looking up at me, but he is so spoiled. That's part of the fun of having a dog is spoiling it, you know. And looking up at the looking down at those big sad eyes, and working up the character to say, no, you're not getting another treat. No, you're not going back outside. No, you're not allowed to chew on that. Ah, come on. Okay. 10, 9, blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. All right, cool. You shut up. Okay. Okay. So at the end of this hour, it'll be 12 miles, which is just kind of takes me back, I think during the first hour, I was reminiscing about, the long walks on payday to go to the hobby shop. going home, dorking out to like all the crap I bought. Not having money for a social life because, you know, I was into battle tech and shit like that. What a blast. I hope I don't start chafing. That sucks. I'm gonna have to probably wear something like this when I do the actual charity, the actual fundraiser. You know, nice light clothing, no binding. These feel great. Excuse me. I love these things. They're, I think they're like $17.99 plus like $8 shipping, so they come out for like 25 bucks. Seems kind of pricey. The colors, I got it from Amazon. The colors do not match what you see on the website. They're much more muted, tend to be lighter in value, you know, not as saturated, but I still like them. They're comfortable as all hell. And the tops from, I think it's called Real Essentials, they're all right. They're comfortable. The price is right. You got to buy 5 at a time for like 35 bucks, so they're $7 a piece. The stitching on some of them are off, like the hems. They're missing some stitching here and there. But otherwise, I think they look good. They feel good. But, yeah. Blah, 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 blah. I would put music on, but I don't want to get any DMCA. Also, if I put music on, I would have to use the headphones. And this is going to sound funny, but just headphones kind of disorient me. I think in this case they would. I don't know. I mean, it's not like I have to maneuver. I gotta figure out a way to sneak in hits with my vape when I do the fundraiser. Because I know like 4 hours in my buzz is gonna wear off. I'm gonna want to take a few hits. I'm also gonna have to wear like something to like take care of body odor. It doesn't really matter if I stink up my own room. But, yeah. So yeah, can I do this for 6.5 hours? In an hour and 15 minutes, we'll know if I can get halfway there. Now there's a 5-minute rest every hour. I don't know if that's cheating though. Is that cheating? I don't care. It's a, what do you call it? It's a fundraiser, you know? The idea isn't to kill me. The idea is to raise money for a very, very, very worthwhile cause. I am going to stop recording this because I really don't think it's worth recording. I've been deleting my streams, partly because I don't think they're worth keeping. And I had the idea that YouTube was raising its payout criteria partly to offset the cost of saving all these videos, but I've been watching commentary, long-time YouTubers who really know the technical end saying, they want more slop, they want more bullshit. And I guess that adds to a metric they can, if they want to get into a dick swinging contest with TikTok, which really bothers me. TikTok is a fad, even if it's the #1 thing for years in a row. It's a fad. Or it plays out like a fad. And now it's being bought by some dickweed. I forgot his name. Not Adelson. Some dickhead. And it's going to turn into a propaganda machine. But the thing is, though, TikTok, except for like some really good musicians and some really, some excellent people who are very informative. Other than that, which is a small minority, I can't give you a percentage, but they are a small minority. The majority of TikTok are stupid challenges, lip syncing, and dance videos. Oh, and stupid conspiracies that are easily debunked. But once you debunk them, or you point to any evidence to the contrary, you become one of them. You're in on it, aren't you? Fuck. So yeah. That's what TikTok is. YouTube's a fucking institution. YouTube is, it's replaced movies and television for a lot of people. Many more people tune into YouTube than any television network. When it comes to long form video, it's YouTube. Everyone else is falling by the wayside. Yeah, there's Rumble if you want like really, raw and uncensored. And I like Rumble. There's Odyssey, which is kind of like people who think YouTube is too mainstream. All right. I got a profile on there. I don't post to it, but I did it so I can watch some other videos, creators that ain't on YouTube. I forgot who the hell they are. But, I think I have a TikTok profile. Because I wanted to watch something, but it was behind, if you're not registered, like with Instagram. If you don't have if you're not signed in, you can't watch, what people send you when they're trying to prove a point. Got video proof. Anyway, It's mainstream. It is. I mean, YouTube is like so painfully mainstream. There's Academy of Ideas. That's about as fringe as it gets. You know. Um, a lot of establishment dickweeds, but you know, what do you want? You also have, I mean, to me, right now, when I think of YouTube, I think of CoffeeZilla, I think of Some Ordinary Gamers, even though I think he's on Odyssey as well, or Rumble, one or the other. I think of Clint's Reptiles, I think of Trogley's Guitar Show, A Music Theory for Guitar, that channel, Tommaso Zilio, Jake Lizio, who has Signal Studio, and when I come up with $250, I'm going to get his music theory course. And if my LLC is ever profitable, I'm going to subscribe to all of Tommaso Zilio's his lessons, monthly lessons, whatever the fuck. You know, there's so much ContraPoints. If you want a view from that side of things, who would I consider on the other side? I don't know. There's all the bullshit fitness channels. There's some great fitness channels, and then there's some bullshit channels that are basically T channels. But they're there for you in long form, you know? YouTube may strike you down for various reasons, but I think for the most part they don't. Just watch your copyrights, watch your hate, and don't show your ding dong. That's pretty much it, you know? For women, it's a little more restrictive. Alex Rosen. Now he's on Rumble. Now he pissed me off. He pissed me off the way Jeff Cavalier and Greg Doucette did, and to a lesser extent John Bravo. But he pissed me off enough. I just unsubscribe. Don't recommend channel. You pissed me off. Tom DeLauer, Eric Berg, they pissed me off. But, oh, where was that coming from? Shit, who pissed me off? Someone really pissed me off. And that's why I went on that tangent. Oh, well, fuck it. Anyway, YouTube, like I said, TikTok is a fad. It'll come, it'll go. I mean, just like Tumblr. Tumblr came and went. What else was there? MySpace. Although that was a different kind of phenomenon. That really got killed by Facebook, I imagine. And just all the different social media that sprung up in its wake. YouTube's not going anywhere. YouTube's here to stay. You know, for better or for worse, whether you like it or not. And for everybody I know who says, oh, I fucking hate YouTube, when they got a point to make, what do? They send me a video from YouTube. This proves my point. Watch this video on YouTube. Closing in on the 9-mile mark. I feel fucking great. I'm doing 26 miles today. When I do the charity, I'm going to go for 52. I'm going to go for 52. I'm going to go for a double marathon. Surprise their asses. Old fart can move. Old fart can stick with it. I mean, my legs are starting to... They're not lighting up. But they're just like, you know, oh, you want to do this at 152.8 pounds? Okay. This is how your leg's going to feel. Because you're supposed to be around 145. Ideally 135. But no. No. You have to have those carbs, don't you? You eat the turkey, but you eat the ham too. There was a nice piece of fat. I had some turkey before. I like cooking turkeys because I love freezing the meat. You know, portioning it out and freezing it. So I have 3 bags of turkey meat, fist-sized pieces. I guess they're around 8 ounces or so. But I heated up one before. This nice chunk of fat in with the meat between the skin. And now I saved some for the dog. But that piece, that went down. I chewed on that thing good. Oh, it tasted great. And I love that. I mean, I never used to cook. I cooked 3 turkeys so far and they all came out great. I mean great for what you would expect from me. But the meat was tender, wasn't dry. It was so good. My first turkey was a little underdone, but since the plan was to carve it up, freeze it, and then microwave it, it didn't seem like too much of an issue. It wasn't all up to 165, 170. Some of it was like 140, 145, 150. So I took a chance. And I didn't get sick, so worked out in my favor. Now I cooked my first spiral ham. And it came pre-sliced, I didn't know that. But I cooked it in a slow cooker. And it didn't come out bad. I mean, I ate the whole fucking thing. But, could have been better. Now, the last 2 turkeys I cooked, I used cooking bags. Those are heat resistant plastic bags that keep the humidity in, you know. I don't know what kind of plastic they're made from, but, you know, they don't melt. Well, their melting point is so high your oven isn't going to reach it. So I did 2 turkeys in them. So I got another set, and they're cheap. They're really inexpensive. Excuse me. But I got 2 spiral hams in the freezer. I bought 3 of them because they were marked down from like, I think $2.89 a pound to 89 cents a pound. So you had like $30 hams for $8-9 bucks. Fuck, I'm jumping on that. I think it was 69 cents a pound. Either way, Kroger just wanted to get the hell rid of them. So I gobbled up 3. One the first time, when I went back, I saw they still had some, you know, like a week later. So I bought 2 more. And a guy at the checkout, old man, online, he's like, yep. See, you couldn't resist. Like, I got a few myself. Like, yeah. Awesome. So I'm going to use the cooking bags. I'm going to have nice juicy hams. Steamed hams. Actually, that's what they are. They're steamed hams. Kind of. So 1/3 of the way through this hour. Still 3.5 to go. The next rest might run a little long because I'm just going to let the dog out. I'm not going to go out with him. He got a good run this morning. He got his zoomies in. Now, if I do this, yeah. So I'll be done like around 6:37. I'll go outside. I'll change my clothes and go outside and play with him. Roughhouse a little. He's young. He needs that. knowledge babble machine. More of a knowledge machine than a babble machine. Overnight, I take potassium, zinc, and magnesium glycinate supplements. I think I might start taking them in the morning too. I get plenty of sodium through my diet. Same thing with calcium. I don't think I'll ever need to, at least I hope I don't. I hope I never have to supplement with calcium. I was watching Dr. Brad Stanfield talking about plaque buildup in athletes who train really hard, and how they have more plaque buildup, but it's a harder plaque, so it doesn't. It's harder to dislodge and form a block in a blood vessel. But from what I understand, plaque, arterial plaque, is largely calcium. The body uses calcium to mend, what do you call it? What is it called? Endothelium? Little tears in the endothelium. Your body will start repairing it with calcium. And maybe it's a matter of it not knowing when to stop, you know? But, saw two videos. One where he was talking about a new study showing that, you know, athletes who train, basically they're talking about marathon athletes, they do have more buildup of plaque, but they also exhibit lower signs of mortality. Their health markers are better, everything. So they have more arterial plaque. Another video I watched was, you know, supplements that are literally causing you harm. And of course one's iron, but the other was calcium. Now there are people with osteoporosis who have to, I guess, supplement with calcium. One of the things he mentioned was vegan women. Now, from what I understand, spinach is very high in calcium. So I would just tell vegan women, if, you know, it was up to me to tell them, spinach is your friend. Eat lots of spinach. It's not just for lonely sailors with giant forearms. I love spinach, by the way. I know everyone loves cream spinach, but nah, just heat it up out of the can. I could polish off a can, easy. So, we're past the 9 mile mark, we're closing in on the 10 mile mark. Just whipped right by me. This is a little faster of the speed I walk at. People used to make fun of me because I walk fast. They still do make fun of me because I walk fast. A friend of mine saw me on Sunrise Highway, about 4 miles from my house, 3 miles from my house, slowed down. You want a ride? Hey, slow down there. He's yelling at me. Then he takes off. He says, "Of course you don't." And he took off. I don't remember if you loop back around and then pick me up or something, or if you stop down the road. So many events in my life that just sort of blend together. I'm not really sure which is which, what happened when. But a lot of them are nice memories. I remember taking my camera with a friend of mine, same guy, he was a surfcaster, sitting on the beach around 2 in the morning. He's fishing, and there's a storm out in the Atlantic Ocean, around Moses Beach. And I had the camera around my neck. I didn't even shoot it. I was just watching it. Gorgeous night. I think he pulled a shark out of the water that night. Yanking fish out of the city. But yeah, pulled a 5-6 foot shark. Yeah, people in the water have no idea. Those things are swimming right around them. But they're fish eaters. They're not interested in people. But I think one was a lemon shark. Now those are known to bite people. But I mean, there are bull sharks all along the East Coast. I'm surprised there's not more shark attacks. Likewise, people who get lost at sea, or get taken out by the riptide. I'm surprised their bodies aren't found with more bite marks. I don't know. But it seems like the bacteria in the water does more to them than the, little fish and stuff. Whether they're big fish or little fish. Almost at the 10-mile mark. Yep, we're at the halfway mark. So 2.5 hours I've been doing this. Another 4 hours to go. So yeah, around 20 to 7 o'clock I'll be done. I'll get to play with Henry. I could change my mind after this, hop in the shower, and go to work. And my job, I make my own hours, so it's not like There's people like who depend on me to be there. If I don't show up, they just give my deliveries to other people. In a way, I'm doing them a favor. But if I do take tonight off, it is for me. You know, I want to do this charity thing, this fundraiser. I want to see if I can do 26 miles. Originally, I was just going to do 12. But I want to see if I can do 26 right now. You know, I've been on a treadmill pretty much at least 4 days a week. And at least, I mean, there were days where I could only do 45 minutes. This is when I was driving to Planet Fitness. And that was really a time gobbler for me. You know, driving there, driving back. Getting ready to go, setting up on a treadmill, having to go to the bathroom, take everything down, restart the workout. It just seemed like a big pain in the ass. But I still did it. Most of the times it was 6 days a week. Sometimes, like I said, it was only 45 minutes a day. Sometimes it was 90. Sometimes it was 2 hours, you know. But it was never an issue of duration, you know, like can I do it or not. It was how convenient is it for me to do it. So that's my training. Can I give you 26 hours today? Well, not you. Can I do 26 hours today? Let's find out. Will the treadmill survive? I sure as hell hope so. I really don't want to have to replace this. It would suck. It would suck enormously. I would have to nose to the grindstone at Walmart to get up the money for a new one. It would take me 4 days minimally, maybe 5. I have other expenses, so more likely it would take me like 8, 9, 10 days to get up the money. And I would have to order it. Fucking bolt pop off again and sorry and text send me my money back. That would be funny. But I'm sure they would get suspicious. But if this treadmill lasts 26 miles, 6.5 hours at 4 miles an hour, I'm going to use this to post a review of this particular treadmill that I got on Amazon. Not bad. Usually it's $389. I got it for $325. The price will go like this. You know, people are buying them $389. People aren't $325. People start buying them $349, $389. You know, those are the steps. So I think $325 is the lowest this seller will sell them for. Come to think of it, I don't think there's any branding anywhere on it. I think it's just a generic Chinese treadmill that's built to be a little more robust. And 2.5 hours so far, it's really showing no sign of quitting. It gets a 5-minute rest every hour too. You know, I shut it off so it can cool off. So we'll see, you know, when I hit that power switch, if it doesn't turn on, you know, then we know. But this is supposed to be, you know, my endurance test, not the treadmills. So, My legs feel good though. My feet, the soles of my feet, they're looking like, what are you doing? What the hell are you doing? But it's the usual foot pain everyone gets. I just like that I don't get it until I'm, past 9 miles. Am I past 9 or am I past 10? I think I'm past 9. Closing in on 10? What did I cross 10 already? I'm just waiting for the display to cycle through it. Yeah, I'm closing in on, 10.5 miles. So it isn't until 10.5 miles my feet start hurting. And it's not an unbearable pain, it's just the pain of pounding your feet. I imagine bongo players feel the same thing in their hands. But they still go back for more. And that's what I'm doing. I need more Gatorade. When I run out of Gatorade, I'm gonna have to switch to Kroger 0-calorie ginger ale in a wide mouth bottle. I might pour it into one of the Gatorade bottles though, so it's easier to sip out of. Because the wide mouth bottles, they just want to spill all over you. And I really want to avoid spilling anything on the treadmill, because I want to, preserve it for as long as I can, keep it working as long as I can. I tried doing this shit with a 30-pound weighted vest. My usual 90-minute workout, usually it's about 6.5 miles. 4 miles an hour and up, 4.2, 4.4. Then back to 4.2, then back to 4.0. But I did it with a weighted vest, 30-pound weighted vest. I wasn't ready for it, but I did it. I finished the whole workout. And then I took that thing off and I haven't put it on since. But I'm working my way up to it. A weighted vest weighs differently than like, say, dumbbells or a barbell or anything else. And it's pretty wild, It felt pretty damn cool. <sighs> 40-minute mark. So yeah, in about 20 minutes I'll be crossing the 12-mile mark and letting Henry out to go play, and I think he wants to chase a squirrel or something. He's on the couch now. But he'll lie outside my door when my sister ain't home. Sometimes when she is home. 21,000 steps. How many calories? 2,100 calories. You still can't have that eclair. The one thing is, though, is that cardio can be boring. As boring as it is to perform, I imagine it's more boring to watch. So, when I do this fundraiser, what I'm hoping is that people will see, you know, like the thumbnail will show up on their feed. And like, all right, guys, 2 hours into it. Click, you know, what's in the chat. You know, all right, go watch another video. Go do something. Go live your life. Come back 2 hours later. Hey, guys, still at it. 4 hours. Maybe I'm going to donate $10. Hey, 6.5 hours later, 26 miles. You know, goal accomplished. What if I go for 7? What if I go for 10? What if I go for 13? Do a double marathon. Wouldn't that be a blast? Because the way my body feels right now, I feel like I can do it. I'm only an eighth of the way in. Not even really. But ooh. So closing in on 11 miles. You know, this is, I guess, a pretty good clip. If I was doing it at 5 miles an hour, I would have pooped out after the first mile. Maybe even half mile. It's amazing how big of a difference 1 mile an hour can make. If I was doing this at 3 miles an hour, I could probably do it for, you know, 16, 20, 24 hours. 3 miles an hour, even 3.6. When I do the warm-up leading up to 4 miles an hour, you know, my usual 90-minute workout, I do 5 minutes. First minute's at like 2.4, then a minute at 2.8, then a minute at 3.2, and then a minute at last 2 minutes at 3.6, something like that. 3.6 feels like nothing compared to like 4 miles an hour. That threshold, I guess that's the threshold for me, where it actually starts to feel like I'm doing something. And you can see, this shirt is not this color, it's just soaked with sweat. Four miles an hour, it feels good. I mean, I'm working my cardiovascular system. And we're at 11 miles. Yeah. But I'm working, you know, my body as much as I can with endurance in mind. So it would take me about 6.5 hours to, you know, I wouldn't be able to run a marathon. I'd have to walk it. You know, but at this speed. And if it was under the hot sun, I had to carry my drinks, probably just wouldn't do it. If I was going to cash my paycheck and take a walk to the hobby shop, that's a different story. When I was 14, 15 years old, if I'm going to buy a bag of weed, Holy shit. I would go on like Lord of the Rings quests, you know, for a fucking $30 eighth. Ah, and there were times. There were times I got shitty bags, but I remember getting like outstanding bags for like $30. Get like 8 nice, not fat, but nice joints. And the weed was good, it tasted good, and it got you high. And but for a while in the 80s, there was this weed going around Long Island. It tasted like orange peels, and it didn't get you high. You could smoke a whole fucking bag and it getting you high. All it's going to do is piss you off with that orange peel taste. That sucked. That shit went around for about 2 or 3 years, and I could always spot it. It was dark green, had orange hairs, fluffy buds. Almost looked like cattails, but you could tell it was marijuana. It was just shitty marijuana. Some asshole breeder did something bad to his plants and decided, you know what, I'm going to sell this. Asshole. But yeah, I think I must have gotten that about like 5 or 6 times over like a 2 or 3 year period. And then it disappeared. And now weed is legal in New York. Recreational. Not in Kentucky, but in New York. So if I want to restock, I have to go to Michigan, which sucks. I mean, it's a nice ride. It takes the whole day, you know. When I get home, I'll usually get like I used to get a 12-pack of Heinekens. Now I don't know what I'm going to do. Get some wine, maybe? I don't know. But, yeah. I think I have about 11 minutes left before I hit the 12-mile mark, which is good because I think I have to take a crap. So, we'll let the dog out, sit on the bowl. I'm going to get my ginger ale out of the refrigerator, pour it into the other, there it is, the empty Gatorade bottle, so it doesn't dribble all over me. And then go for mile 16, and then mile 20, and mile 24, and then finally mile 26. And who knows, maybe I'll go for 28. Just make it even 7 hours. Maybe I'll go for 32, make it even 8 hours. We'll see. But my legs feel good. My feet hurt. Obviously, it's not excruciating. I wouldn't be talking. My legs feel dynamite. There's that mild soreness in my quads, but it feels good. Yeah, I think 26 is going to be a breeze. I might go for 32. I don't know. If I flop after, say, you know, when I'm done here, it'll be 12. If I flop after 13 miles, then okay, I flop after 13. But right now, I don't have to poop anymore. That's always troubling. When I have to go to the bathroom, and then it's like, my body's like, nah, false alarm, you don't have to go. That means in a half hour, I'm gonna really have to go. And I really don't want to interrupt any of the workout. But there is no charity I care about so much that I'll shit my pants. No, that's not happening. about 8.5 minutes left until I hit the 12-mile mark. I'm really, really happy about it. The babble tank ran dry. Huh. I still have half a mile before I hit 12. Yeah, about 7 minutes. Alright, that makes sense. Maybe I'll do another one of these next week. I don't know when the fundraiser is going to be. I don't even know if the charity I'm hoping will pick me up. You know, and like, not sponsor me, but like, just give me some guidance on what to do. You know, act as a receptacle for the donations. Use those donations, you know, appropriately. I'll fuck it up. I'll do something stupid. I'll mess it up. I will. Maybe if I got my bank involved, but my bank is going to charge a fee. You know? I don't want any of that to be in the way. And I like the charity. I like what they do. Oh, excuse me. I like how they present themselves. They're not mean-spirited. They're not confrontational. Their goal is to get people LGBTQIA plus out of get them out of places where they're not wanted. If they're not wanted, they're help. Take them out for you. Bring them someplace safe, someplace where they're welcome. I know a lot of people that don't welcome and want to see them, you know, homeless and hungry and mistreated. But this charity says, fuck you. We're going to put them someplace where they're welcome and they can thrive, find meaningful work, support themselves, be charitable to others, help each other out. I see no wrong in doing that. None at all. And if these people in Kansas want to erase the identity of these people, fine, you go ahead and you fucking do that. But I'm going to bend my efforts towards this. I'm closing in on 12 miles. I know I can do 26, so Henry's hoping that my legs give out and I spend the rest of the day with him outside, but like I said, he's a spoiled dog. And he got a nice piece of turkey before. A nice piece of turkey. And he pooped last time he was out, so he might have to take a leak, but dogs always have to take a leak. That's their version of email. .88 miles. So yeah, about 2 minutes left. I'm gonna jump off of this. There's a 5-minute rest. Gonna let the dog out. Put the ginger ale in the Gatorade bottle, and get back to it. You are 3.91 miles, 11.91 miles. All right, 12 miles. All right. Put 5 minutes on the timer. And go let the dog out. Fill this up with ginger ale. Wow. Wow. So my sister's dog Henry, he got his DNA done. Ends up he's a good part Great Pyrenees, but he looks like a little wire hair terrier, or he looks like a shrunken Airedale. But his DNA came back Great Pyrenees. There's something in the backyard. It may be a rat. It might be rabbits. It might be. I think it's the neighbor's cat. There's some squirrels that screw around with him that will like they see him on the other side of the big glass back doors we have, scamper around the yard, and then when we let them out they'll go darting up the tree, and it drives him absolutely nuts, which is funny. Hmm. I was going to stop the recording. Okay. Ooh, excuse me. There's really no reason for me to record this. Nope. He wants to come in. How long was he out? Less than 3.5 minutes. Okay. The dog's happy. I'm gonna shut my door though. I think the air will circulate a little better with the fan. I keep the door shut. Just like airflow in a computer is improved when you what do you call it? Reduce the port sizes. That air is flowing through. I don't know how to say that technically. Say that in such a way that it makes sense. So I'm just going to drop that subject. Anyway, on to mile 16. Yeah, so it's pretty solid. So I notice I get through the first like 2 miles by babbling, and my gut seems to be sticking out a little more than usual today. But I've been drinking a lot of fluids. I'm working on my second bottle of Gatorade. I just had a lot of big sips of ginger ale. But I haven't gained any weight over the last 4 or 5 days. Monday, Sunday I got Girl Scout cookies. And at first I was like, yeah, I could just have one or two. 2 boxes later, I gained 2 pounds. So Monday morning I was like 155 point something. Worked Monday night. When I got home, I'm hungry. I want a snack. But I started doing cucumbers. Cucumbers, bananas. I'll have a protein snack, like I'll have a piece of turkey or something. But that's it. As far as like heavy heavier foods. So I did that and I had the banana, the cucumber, and the cucumber like fills me up because it has like a lot of water to it. It just, you know, makes me feel full. Oh, and some yogurt. I'll have yogurt too. So that was Monday night. Tuesday I was 153. Tuesday night I didn't work. Forgot what the fuck I did. But I got some shit done here. Wednesday morning I was still 153. Wednesday night I worked. Came home. My snacking habits were the same. Next morning I'm 152.8. You know, so I lost 0.2 of a pound. This morning I was, you know, I didn't work last night. I paid my LLC extension tax, you know, figured out how to deal with all that shit. It was my first time. And then I wrote my proposal letter to Rainbow Railroad. That took me till like 9 o'clock. I feel that the letter is, well, the email, I state my purpose rather well. You know, so either if they reject me, it'll be either because it's a stupid idea, or they just don't want any part of me. I'm not gay. I'm not trans. I mean, if there's a trans spectrum, I'm definitely on it, but I'm not trans by definition. There's someone outside. I hope it's fucking Amazon delivering my micro SD card. That shit has been in Lexington at UPS since February 27th. It's been here in Lexington. And now it's the 6th. And this morning it says, you know what, let me just take a quick look. See these assholes delivering my thing yet. What the fuck's going on with my keyboard? Shit. Alright, hold on. Oh fuck, come on. What the hell's going on with my keyboard? New window. Amazon. Orders. Scroll down. Yeah, delivery is taking longer than expected. Track package. Oh, fuck. Come on. We're sorry for the additional delay. We're doing our best to follow up on your package and get it to you. Damn thing's been in Lexington since the end of February. Closing in on the end of the first week of March. It's at a UPS facility. What the hell? It's this big. It's an SD card. It's not like they need a team of men to lift it. I just don't get it. Luckily, I don't really need it all that much. I think during the second hour I was doing this, I mentioned that I bought a tablet, you know, and it's on installment from Google, because I have Google Fi. Treadmill's making a noise I don't like. Sounds like something is in one of the gears rubbing up against it. So I might have to kill it after this. We'll see how it sounds. We're 6.5 minutes in. I don't know. I don't want to kill this treadmill. the sound is receding. It might just be floor debris. Something got caught up in some dog hair. Because of the air currents in the room, it may have gotten, sucked underneath. Appears to be gone now, though. So if it doesn't come back, we'll just say screw it. Why does it feel like it's slowing down now? It should still be, yeah, it's 4 miles an hour. Feels like it's going slower. I don't know. But this is why I want to do it, at either Soul Fitness or what do you call it? Planet Fitness. Soul is like LGBTQIA plus friendly, whereas Planet Fitness is just, the judgment-free zone. Excuse me. But Planet Fitness has a standard sort of gym population. So there's going to be some douchebags. And, people who have to prove their masculinity by putting down gays or trans or whatever. That's why I kind of have reservations about doing Planet Fitness. But I really don't want to kill my treadmill. I really, really don't. Although it feels good, now it's I think I imagined it slowing down. Either that or my stupid ass brain is trying to come up with think of something to talk about while I'm early in this 4th hour. Who knows? My legs feel good. My feet feel the same. I don't feel winded. I'm sweating, but not to the point of discomfort. My hair looks like shit because of the sweat. I look old. I feel old. Actually, I don't. I feel like I have more vibrancy now than I ever did in my life. I have kind of an inverted life. Early years absolutely sucked. Usually it's the other way around. Your early years are awesome. Your middle years, they kind of suck, but they're kind of awesome. You go through both. That's where I was. And now I'm in my ending years, my closing years. It's awesome. I mean, they're not halcyon days or anything like that, but I live 8 miles away, from a farm I can go to anytime I want. Go hug a horse, hug some goats, hug some, dogs, anything. I'm welcome there. Lexington is a nice little city. It's around, the city proper, so to speak, is around the size of Brentwood, Long Island. And outside of it, horses, 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 horses. This is the racehorse capital of the world. Almost every other street is named after a famous racehorse, or a famous jockey, or a famous trainer, or a famous breeding farm, And the roads named after a famous breeding farm probably lead to that famous breeding farm, It's so horse-oriented. I love horses. Love being around them. But, I'm not like a horse. I don't want to say fanatic. I feel like I'm much more into guitar than horses. I'm kind of more into gaming, even though my gaming days kind of like feel like they're behind me. Yeah. But it's a wonderful life here. It really is. And after I do the this fundraiser for Rainbow Railroad, I want to do one for local animal shelters. Put in just as much mileage, and hopefully raise a lot of money for both. And there are other things I want to do. I've been wanting to do this for a long time, but I was afraid of like starting it and pooping out after like maybe 5 miles. Having a treadmill at home showed me that I can do 6.5 miles every day, you know, and still feel like I could do more. The only thing constraining me was time, you know, having to get to work. Delivering for Spark is awesome because I make my own hours and they don't punish me for taking time off. If I take time off, they give my work to other people. When I come back on, they give it back to me. I took 2.5 weeks off because we had a wicked ice storm. In some places, the ice accumulation was measured in inches, you know, not fractions of an inch, inches, you know, 2-3 inches of ice, not snow, ice. You think ice, you know, you can get through it with a hammer or a pickaxe? No, this shit was serious. I did the apron for the driveway at the farm, saying, you know, it's too much. The trucks can get over it, but the cars can't. So go and, you know, take the pickaxe and shovel and go beat the shit out of it. And I did. It was not easy. I was using a 2-handed pickaxe. And I had to be careful not to gouge the driveway underneath. And I didn't. They fucking love me there. Treadmill's making some noises, but I'm less worried about it now. Just sounds like, I don't know. Maybe it is something I should worry about. When I shut it down in about 45 minutes, I'll take a look underneath it. I'll see if there's something in one of the flywheels. I don't know if you can hear it. I don't know if the microphone's picking it up. It almost sounds like a marble in a coffee can. You know, somebody with really, really, really good rhythm. But we just crossed mile 13. So that's half the marathon. And if this thing can hold out, so can I. 26 miles. That would only be another 3 hours and 15 minutes from now. And I feel absolutely ready for it. Let me see. 13.04 miles. I am starting to feel it in my hips, but I kinda sometimes walk funny. I like to shake my ass. I like to move my hips, I really do. It's a good feeling. Yeah, so the sound went away. But still, at the end of this hour, I'm gonna shut it down, lift it up, and see if I see anything unwholesome. There's a bolt. The bolt that fell out is kind of like trapped in the molded plastic cowling in the front. And I really don't feel like trying to dismantle it, but I really do want to get that bolt back in. To tell you the truth, what I really want to do, I want to replace that bolt. Maybe the one on the other side with a standard hex pattern bolt. So I can use like an open-end wrench to tighten it up. There it goes again. This time it's loud. But I don't feel any difference in how the treadmill, you know, I don't know. Like I don't feel like the motor is halting or being slowed down. It did in the beginning, but that might have just been my perception of it. I don't know. But it is kind of nice to know that I can outlast the treadmill. Kind of sucks to know that I'm going to have to come up with another $350 for another one. That would suck. It would be funny if I end up going through a bunch of them. If I end up going through like 3 treadmills a year. And honestly, I've made this argument before. I think cardio machines should be tax deductible. Up to say X amount of dollars, say $1,200, $1,400, $1,600. They're doing all this, you know, make America great again, make America profitable again, make America healthy again. Good. Cardio. Cardio is the healthiest thing you can do. A lot of people don't want to go for a fucking walk. Maybe the neighborhood sucks. Maybe the people drive like assholes. Maybe they want to watch fucking TV. You know? Maybe they want to yell at YouTube. Blah, blah, blah. Like me. So they want to get a cardio machine. $350 treadmill. They don't get a tax credit for that? Making themselves healthier again? Like RFK Jr. wants? Supposedly. I don't think he really does. I don't know what the fuck his agenda is. Maybe he's just trying to get laid. Who knows? But if these assholes are serious, you know, that would be one tax deduction that if you're a billionaire, if you're a minimum wage laborer, you get that tax credit, you know, for caring about your health. And to a lesser extent, maybe dietary supplements, you know, not terkesterone or tribulus, whatever the fuck, but things like magnesium supplements. Motherfuckers are expensive. Now the magnesium glycinate, if you get magnesium citrate or magnesium oxide, they're inexpensive, but they're really the least effective forms of magnesium to take. I take magnesium glycinate because enough people said that it will improve your sleep. It has enough elemental magnesium in it to where it actually has a benefit. So I get what, 120 for like 16, 17, 18 bucks. Ooh, excuse me. And I only take one a day. I could get away with 2. I'd probably benefit from 2, but I just take it before I go to bed. But over a course of a year, it's like 60 bucks. I take L-theanine. It's supposed to mellow you out, to help you focus. Doesn't work on me, but it does mellow me out. So does ashwagandha. The ashwagandha I get is fairly inexpensive, but still, why can't I write it off on my taxes? Zinc, potassium, shit like that. You know? Shit, why not creatine? Creatine, so many benefits. Not just for your body, not just for your muscles, for your brain, for all of your cells. Every single cell in your body benefits from creatine. I really don't think they want to make America healthy again. I don't think they want to make anything but money for themselves. You're just like the assholes before them. You know? People ask me what kind of party am I behind. The kind with good music. The kind where people ain't talking shit. You know? Trying to make people feel like shit. Whether it's minorities or LGBTQ or white people or Jews or Christians or Muslims. Don't make people feel like shit for what they are. If you gotta make them feel like shit, make them feel like shit for stupid scumbag things they do. They do something shitty, they do something scummy, make them feel like shit for that. You got no arguments from me. So shit talking only brought me 23 minutes into this hour, so I'm gonna have to shift gears. But really though, I mean, as far as like tax deductions, that I think is a solid idea. Same thing with taxing, put an excise tax on data. Data brokers, those scumbags. And not just, you know, the scrapers. I'm talking about, you know, X. I'm talking about Facebook, Instagram, all the social media, even YouTube. If they sell your data, if they're making a profit off your data, tax that at 50%. That is not a crucial industry. Advertising, I mean, yeah, it's crucial to business, but know your market. This invasive data scraping, this data brokering, that should be taxed heavily. And all the Republicans are going to say, oh, taxes are bad. You know, unless they're applied heavily on the working class. You know, trickle down, it trickles down. Meanwhile, the Democrats, you know, also want to tax the working class to death because their contributions come from the same place as the Republicans. Take a look at APAC Tracker. What I find most amusing, and I want to start laying this out to the MAGA crowd, if you go through all the Democrats, the one that Trump's foreign policy coincides with the most is Chuck Schumer's. Chuck Schumer and Donald Trump are hand in hand when it comes to foreign policy. So, and I fucking hate them both. Honestly, I would love to put them back to back, put a rope around their necks, and string them up like a pregnant Iranian teenager. Both of those cocksuckers. I fucking hate them both. And I have no love for Biden either. I've seen all these reports saying illegal immigrants cast no votes. They didn't. The funny thing is, the fucked up thing, the 2020 election, Biden received 10 million more votes than Harris did in 2024. And that's exactly how many the Republicans say they weeded out through, demanding IDs. Now, I don't know if that's true, and I'm not going to research it. It's just not worth it to me. But it really just shows that neither party has the working class in mind. They don't give a fuck about us. Neither one. I would side with the Democrats because, well, no, I mean, even they threw the trans people under the bus. As soon as they have to make a compromise, trans people are the first people they fucking cut loose. First people, you know? Like I said, I'm not trans. It doesn't really affect me. Some people I like online will be affected, and it will upset me. But when all's said and done, I still have a roof over my head. I still have a full belly. You know, electricity, air conditioning. Things that are so easy to take for granted. So shit talking has brought me up to 1.88 miles. It's good to keep yourself occupied. But yeah. The thing is, though, some smartasses started wearing shirts that said something like it's not a crime to be white, and it's not. But the Democrats were getting so fucking worked up over it. There was a girl, did a short video. It was really cute. She goes, I'm looking for a man in finance, trust fund, 6'5", blue eyes. You know, the way she said it, it was cute. And Greg Doucette, he flipped out over for like 3 or 4 weeks. I mean, every fucking video he brought it up. And it was the same thing when these people said it's not a crime to be white. And it's not. Shit. No more a crime than it is to be Catholic or Jewish or Muslim. No more a crime than it is to be black or Chinese or Central American or Mexican, you know, Canadian. It's not a crime. But the thing is, though, as soon as you defend white people, you're a white supremacist. The left media, Joy Behar and that whole crowd, they will label you. The corporations they work for will clickbait their bullshit online. White supremacists, they'll label. I mean, if they got a load of me now, they will call me a white supremacist. Even if I say, many jobs that I worked at, I did not mind taking orders from black guys or black women. If they had seniority over me, they had seniority over me. And I didn't care. The majority of the time, they would tell me what to do because they want the job to be done right and also to benefit me, my safety and shit. You know? But in their eyes, I'm probably still a white supremacist. So we're at the 14-mile mark. And it wouldn't surprise me if Rainbow Railroad tuned in right now after I sent them the email last night, tuned in right now and said, oh, we don't want this guy, he's a white supremacist. A white supremacist who's willing to beat the shit out of his body for people who we just write him off and throw him under the bus. Like, something I often think to myself, the horse doesn't care what's in the cart. You know, and that's the way I see myself. A horse tugging a cart. If I keep going, I don't get whipped. Although, I'm the only person driving myself right here. Ah. Ah. Oh boy. Oh. Funny thing is, though, a lot of my friends, they got very offended when they heard the term white privilege. I didn't, because I know I worked with a lot of black dudes, labor jobs, and overwhelmingly guys who were like my age, born in the late 60s, even before then, and up until like, say, late 70s. I would get caught with weed a couple of times in my early teens. I was always let off the hook, sent home. Didn't even tell my mom. Cops would take my weed, dump it out, and get out of here. And I get out of there. Every single black guy I know got brought in and made part of the system. You know? Not only were their parents told, but they had to go to court. It went on their fucking records. These are 13, 14-year-old kids who really, they didn't have any of the criminality, you know, that you see promoted heavily in like the gangster rap and shit like that. The gang movies that used to come out. These kids, it affected the rest of their fucking lives. Because if they got caught with weed again, now they have a prior. Now they're being brought in, now they're getting real charges brought up against them. And they're not even 18 fucking years old. Not even 16 in some cases. And it sucks. And the best they can do is wage work. They can't get bonded. So I understood what people meant, you know, white privilege. If you put anything else before privilege, I'm not getting kicked off of YouTube, you know. But I tell you, when you see it with your own eyes, you can go one of three ways. You can either deny it, you can fight against it, or you can ignore it. And where I am right now, I have to ignore it. But it doesn't offend me. I mean, shit up there offends me, shit down there doesn't. When you look at the social ladder, I'm nowhere near the top, but I'm not at the bottom. If I was, I'm sure the things I'm saying would be much, much different. I really don't want to talk shit. So whatever was making a noise in the treadmill is gone. I think a piece of cardboard or something may have gotten tangled up with some dog hair. We got little tangle weeds of dog hair. Look like tangle weeds rolling across the desert. We got ceiling fans and we got central air, so there's a lot of air currents. And what I think happened is a little tumbleweed with a little piece of cardboard got caught up under here, and the cardboard got into like one of the wheels on the roller. So it was like, you know, when a kid puts a baseball card on the spokes of his bicycle to make the motor noise. That's what I think was going on. At the end of this, I'll have another 10 miles. Right now, we're closing in on 14 and a half. But all in all, I gotta say, I feel really good. 3 hours and 37 minutes in. I was just gonna go for 3 hours, but I'm gonna go for the full 6.5. Full marathon. Let's see if I can go beyond that. If I can go to 28 or 32, that'd be fucking wild. But I kind of insist on the 4 miles an hour. Like I said earlier, I could do 3. Shit, I could do that all day. I go stir crazy doing 3. 3.2, 3.4, 3.6. Excuse me. But it even feels like so what at 4 miles an hour. But the thing is though, get on a treadmill, put it on a 4% grade, and do 4 miles an hour. You know? Hour feels alright. 2 is like, okay. 3, your feet hurt. And 4, I imagine I'm not going to want to do the remaining 2.5. But I'm going to. Unless something feels like it's going to give out. I really hope the charity says yes. That would mean so much to me. There's not a whole lot in my life that I could look back on and take any pride in. There's really nothing I'm all that proud of. I wrote some good songs, took some good pictures. I've helped some people out. I've needed people to help me. This will feel like something, especially if it makes, you know, if it raises like a decent amount of money for this charity, and it's something that does mean something to me. When I would go into New York City, I would take the train, Long Island Railroad, and it would cut through parts of Queens. Some of them rather nice. Forest Hills is beautiful. I spent the weekend there once. There are other parts, dingy little apartments, where a lot of times people are forced to cohabitate. And when you got one abusive scumbag who can dominate the remainders of the roommates, it's hell for those people. Hot and sweaty in the summer, cold and dry in the winter. Noisy. Forced to, you know, clean some scumbag's dishes. Forced to clean up after them. Forced into sex. Getting pregnant by them. Having to care for the child by yourself. And I would look at these windows and I would think, how many times is this going on behind those windows? And it was a hellish thought. I'm closing in on the 15-mile mark. My head feels hot. But there's a 5-minute rest 20 minutes from now, so I think as long as I take those 5-minute rests in between each 4-mile stretch, at the end of this it'll be hour 4. And other than some mild pain up here, you know, I'm doing all right. When I say mild, I mean not even, on a scale of 1 to 10, it's not even a 1. It's just my body making me aware that I'm putting stress on it. And that is awesome. I love that feeling. I'm hoping somebody will pledge based on calories, because the calories every hour gets up to like 600 or so. See what the watch says. 29,000 steps. 17 minutes left. So we're 2 minutes away from the 15-mile mark, roughly. I think it's, yes, 78 degrees out today. So I think that's why I'm feeling the heat in here. And I think the ceiling fan is spinning in the wrong direction again. So I'm going to mess with that after I hit the 16-mile mark. Take that 5-minute rest. I'll take that time to unscrew the ceiling fan. You know, not unscrew it physically, I mean like reverse the direction of the spin. So I don't really feel anything. Yeah, getting very close to the 15-mile mark. 3 hours, 45 minutes, almost. Almost. Getting there. And we're like 14.99 miles. Or 14, yeah. I'm watching the display cycle through the different parameters. So yeah, now we're 15.01 miles. 02. Ooh. I might get some wine tonight. Not a lot, but I think I'm going to kick up my feet tonight and just relax. Play some music. And count my blessings. There are many. Saturday I'm going to do standard treadmill workout. Tomorrow I'm going to do the standard dumbbell workout. I don't know if you could hear Henry barking out in the living room. You can tell when it's someone across the street because he's like, row, 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 row. When it's a delivery, all right, mailbox, he's a little more vigilant. When somebody comes like Amazon or Walmart and they put something on the step, he goes fucking nuts. I mean, it's funny as hell too. You're just so glad he doesn't speak English. The profanities in dog language, whatever he's yelling, it ain't kind. Yeah, so 4 miles an hour is going to come out to like 450 calories on a 4% incline. And I want to switch shoes, but the fact that I can get this far in these sneakers works well. It tells me that when I put the other shoes on, I can get much further. My feet are starting to feel like, all right, dude. But I've pushed them. I've never gone this far before, but I have pushed them. You know, I've done 8, 9, 10, 12-hour days, even 16-hour days a few times, installing fences or digging trenches for sewer connections, or putting demolition debris in dumpsters. I'm no stranger to labor. This, I'm surprisingly adapted to, whatever you want to say. Yeah, I don't feel wind coming off this fan, so I definitely feel I have to reverse the blade. I mean, reverse the rotation. All right, last 10 minutes. I might open the windows. I might set up the little fans too. That might not be a bad idea. When I open up the curtains, it's going to look like a UFO landing outside. And the room light is going to appear to get dimmer. I'm not too worried about that though. Closing in on 15.5. So there should be about 7.5 minutes left. Yeah, 7.5 minutes. I might take some more caffeine pills too. Not really feeling winded, but starting to feel tired. You got about 6 minutes left before the next rest. Heart rate is 153. That's not too bad though. My phone's right there in case I need an ambulance, but I don't think I will. I feel really solid. A little more than 5 minutes left. I keep saying how much is left. You can tell I want to get to the end of this. But after this, I'm going to do another hour. Try to get to 20 miles. After that, another hour to get to 24. And then a remaining 30 minutes to get to 26. And I think I'm going to be satisfied with 26 today. Next week, I'll pick a day to do the same thing. But I'm going to go for 32 miles. I'm pretty sure I have another 2.5 hours in me. In fact, I'm certain of it. Quarter mile left. That'd be like about a little less than 4 minutes. Yeah, 3 minutes, 40 seconds. I'm getting there. Yeah, so it's around 450, 460 calories. About 2 minutes left. Tenth of a mile left. All right, very close. Super close. 3.99. So 15.99. But next time it cycles through, it'll be at 16 miles. It's about 5 seconds away. So yeah, 16.01 miles. Kill the fan. I'm going to try reversing this direction. If that doesn't do it, I'll reverse it again. But what I'm going to do now, I want to invade my neighbor's privacy, but use an extension cord. Oh shit, I forgot to set the timer. I'll set it to, I just set it to 5 minutes, fuck it. So like when I'm doing the charity thing, this would be like if I had to take a dump. I think that would take me more than 5 minutes. The last thing I want are poo stains. Everything that's plugged into this outlet is off right now, so I'm not worried about blowing the circuit. Like there's two amplifiers plugged into it. And some other shit. But the damn thing just blasted my eye with what do you call it, with dust. Yeah, you can see how the daylight outside the window changes the lighting in the room. That's just the cameras. These are cheap security cameras, USB security cameras. They cost like $8 each, $9 each. Ooh, let me turn this off. I forgot to do that. So 16 miles. Soon I'll be going for 20. In 2 minutes and 43 seconds. You could probably hear the fans in the window. Can't see them though. Well, you can see that one. Ah. So, in another hour, I'll be crossing the 20-mile mark. 2 hours will be the 24-hour mark, 24-mile mark. And half hour later, a marathon worth of treadmilling. Can I make it beyond that? I don't know. But through the magic of caffeine, I'm going to take about 300 milligrams now. So that'll get me at about 700 for the day. Not that great. More than the daily recommended allowance, but ooh, excuse me. And I really would like to slow it down to like 3 miles an hour now. It's going to keep pushing. You know? Because honestly, it just feels like anything less than 4 miles an hour. Oh, wait, here it comes. No, that's not a fart. All right, emergency. I got to stop the clock. I got to take a shit. I'll be right back. Took a little extra time to wipe my sweat off the seat. You know, I share the house, so if I lived alone, I probably would have just said, fuck it, let it dry. So I'm going to reset the timer and get right back into it. Oops. All right. Yeah, here we go. All right, up to 4 miles an hour. I have to roll the waistband of this to keep the cuffs from going underneath my shoes. They're a little long on me. But, yeah. So that really didn't take more than like 6.5 minutes at the most. I didn't get a chance. Oh, shit. All right. Let's see what this does. See, I feel the wind from those two fans, but not from this one. Not from the ceiling fan. And I think it's on the winter setting where it circulates warm air instead of blowing down cold air. But since I have the window fans running now, damn, it's 78 degrees. My feet feel all right. I felt a little unsteady. I kind of feel a little bit of an urge to rethink, is 4 miles an hour that important? And part of me says, yeah. Anything less than that is just a fucking stroll. Who gives a shit? Who gives a shit if you can do it for fucking 40 hours straight? Who cares? You know? 4 miles an hour is at least something. You know, you can see by the way I'm sweating, it's something. I'm on a grade, not much, only 4%, but still. It feels like an actual, you know, I mean, David Goggins could do this in his sleep. He probably does, you know. An endurance runner used to run the length of Long Island in a day. He's doing it in about 10 hours, about 12 miles an hour for 10 hours. He used to live across the street from me. Yeah, doing a charity run, gonna run the length of Long Island. You know, from the Queens-Nassau border to Montauk Point in a day. I couldn't hike that in 120 miles, about 20 miles. It would take me about a week. You know, full gear and shit. Just walking, no load. Probably doing 2 or 3 days. Probably cover about 30, 40 miles a day. If I had to, you know. If I had like money for hotel rooms and food and weed and alcohol, I could probably do it in like a month. Just like stopping at bars and stopping at food places and finding nice places to smoke a joint. Now this 4 miles an hour, you know, I can't do 5. Maybe I could do 4.2 or 4.4, but then like That sounds kind of arbitrary. 4 miles an hour. Good. All right. So a 58-year-old pothead does 26 miles for charity. Does that matter? I hope on some level it does. You know? I don't know. Either way, I get the workout in, so it's not a waste of time. And even if it doesn't raise money, it shows me that I can do it. Because I haven't done this so far. In my life, I've never covered 26 miles. I've come, 16, 20 miles maybe. I'm stopping every 4 miles here for 5 minutes, but still, I wasn't rushed. There wasn't, I didn't have to maintain 4 miles an hour. I could walk slowly, stop to pet a dog, chat with somebody, This, I stopped moving my feet, I get shot off the end. Alright, still doesn't feel like it's blowing down, so stop it again. Thankfully, I feel the wind off of those. Those are cooling me off. And if I put them in 2 hours ago, I probably feel a little less fatigued. All right. So now I'm going to hit the reverse airflow button again. I don't feel shit. Ooh. So I've been on how long now? I've been on for 4.5 hours, not a single chat. It'd be funny if I didn't get a single view on this whole thing. That would be funny as hell. Reminds me of the song Bravado by Rush. And if love remains, all the hope and glory, all the sacrifice in vain. What sacrifice? 6.5 hours. I lose around 120 bucks. I probably could have made about 120 bucks tonight working for the Spark, but right now this is a lot more to me, Oh! Look how soaked and sweat my pants are. Feels good though. I mean, it didn't feel good sitting on the toilet because, the sweat on the seat, feels slick. It's not a good feeling. But in motion, it feels good. It feels really good in motion. If my feet get too close to the edge, I make a funny face. I usually find some excuse to make a funny face. And I tell you the truth, I feel better at the beginning of this hour than I did at the last one, and it really has to do with those fans. So I'm hoping if I end up doing this in the gym, they'll let me bring those two little fans in and set them up, and just let them blow cold air on me, or any air rather, for that matter. Because it's making a huge difference. As I close in on the 17-mile mark. In about 4 minutes, we'll be at 17 miles. And in about 19 minutes, we'll be at 18 miles. And in 49 minutes, we'll be at 20 miles. And I know I'll be able to put in another 6, so, I mean, honestly, I could quit right now, confident that I could do 26 miles, but I want to see it on video. And I'm not going to delete this right away, despite all the shit talking I did. Because frankly, if I'm proven wrong, it's embarrassing. It is. Or even if I'm not proven wrong, if somebody comes along with a whole list of little factoids and shit that I can't argue against. You know? As much as a loner and shit as I am, it does matter to me when people think I'm full of shit. Or when people think I put forth, a bad faith argument. I don't want to do that. I want to be loved. But yeah, this is fucking awesome. I think not this year. I don't think I'll have time this year. But next year, I think I'm going to join a marathon. I mean, I'm not going to do more than 4 miles an hour, but it's, on the actual street, And I'll probably carry a couple of containers of Gatorade on like a belt. I mentioned before that the happiest I've ever been on Long Island was when I was photographing insects in flight. Spend the whole day doing that. Spend the evening going through my photos, refining the keepers, cropping them, adding a little bit of sharpness, adjusting contrast, little things. For the most part, the photos were solid. Ooh, excuse me. But The way I feel now is different. Back then, I had to like kind of isolate myself from the rest of the world to feel that degree of contentment. It was just me, the insects, and my camera. And occasionally I'd run into assholes in the woods. You know, tough guys and shit. No one ever tried to like rip me off, like take my camera or anything. Just the usual fuckery. And that would spoil it a little bit, but not so much that I would stop. And it was, you know, by the time I was home and going through my photos, it was far from my mind. But this is different. This is, since I moved to Kentucky, by the way, 17 miles. Since I moved to Kentucky, I mean, even before I moved here, I was taking fitness seriously. But now, since I got down here, it became like, I stopped listening to people like Tom DeLauer. I stopped listening to people like Eric Berg. And I started focusing on real nuts and bolts fitness. And huge difference in my life. Wonderful difference. If just one person watches a video of mine and gets inspired, or just it builds a desire in them to do, you know, what I've been doing, focusing on fitness and wellness, despite anything, you know, like in my case, ADHD, a little bit of depression, PTSD shit, you know. Not letting those things get in the way of the fitness journey. I like to think of it more as a wellness journey. And the physical aspects of wellness, you know, can't be ignored. If you're happy, but you're grossly, you know, morbidly obese, it is affecting your wellness. And I applaud your happiness. And it's the last thing I would want to take away. But if you sacrifice some of it for your physical wellness, you know, and not think of it as a sacrifice, think of it, fucking fan. Think of it as reallocation of resources. Think of it like a video game. Think of it like any of those games, like say your body is a starship and you have to take power, let's say you have to take power from shields. You're in a safe place. You take power from shields and put it into life support. That's what I'm talking about. If comfort foods, sweets and the like, are your shields, if you're in a position where it's not really pressing, then yeah, allocate that towards life support, you know? And I'll tell you, peel and slice up a cucumber instead of reaching for a donut or reaching for cookies. It will, to a degree, satisfy your sweet tooth. The high water content will fill you up a bit. The fiber will do wonders for your health. And right now at Walmart, they're only 66 cents a piece. Get some of the low-calorie Italian dressing. add a little flavor to it. But even just raw, you know, by themselves, cucumbers are awesome. The nutrition, you're not going to hit all your macros with it by any stretch. But for a snack, you know, it's solid. And learn, if you have the means to do it, learn how to cook meats. Cook meats, and if you have access to a freezer, freeze the leftovers and microwave portions of meat. Basically, I don't eat my meals all at once. You know, like an entire meal won't be in one sitting. I start off with vegetables, and I'll heat them up in a Pyrex bowl. And then after that's done, I'll heat up some proteins. Whether it's, you know, it's usually for me, it's turkey meat, but it might be ham, it might be pork, it might be red meat. You know, if you're vegan, pea protein, and you're gonna have to supplement it somehow. I don't know. But a lot of vegans are hitting their macros, so they're doing something. There is an alternative for them. I'm gonna try reversing the fan one more time. Well, actually, I'm gonna keep doing it. This thing's pissing me off. But yeah. I would not, if there's any one thing, the last thing I would take away from my life, if I had to whittle away things one by one, the last one would be pursuing wellness, pursuing fitness. That would be dead last. So now let's see if I reverse. What if I click that? Oops. Still don't. Oh, there it is. Kinda. I feel it from the windows more than I feel it from up here. The thing about this fan, there's no external controls. If you lose the remote or if it breaks, you're fucked. But it's worked every time I've used it, so next time I do this, I think it's going to be, yeah, next week it'll be Monday, Wednesday, and Friday I do the treadmill. So I think Wednesday I'm going to try to do 26 miles again, but I'm going to keep my mouth shut and see if it makes me a little less fatigued. Might just take a big piece of duct tape and put it over my face. Shut me the fuck up. Starting to feel some of the effects of fatigue. Not enough to quit though. Heart rate is 149, which is lower than it was the last hour, so I feel like I'm doing pretty good. Oh! God, look at my fucking belly. Oh boy. Definitely taking a shower after this. I'm gonna get a nice bottle of wine. No more boxes. If I buy a box, I'll drink a box. If I buy a bottle, I'll drink a bottle. A bottle's less than a box. Maybe beer tonight. I don't know. Maybe neither. Maybe I'll just have a cup of tea. Decaffeinated. But the decaf sucks. So yeah. Bottle of wine or maybe a 12-pack of beers. Maybe I don't need a 12-pack. Maybe I'll just get a 6-pack. Yeah. Thought process. Eight more miles though. Closing in on 18 miles. In a half hour, I'll hit the 20-mile mark. You know what? I wonder if lowering the grade, because I don't really feel like the incline is really necessary. So let's see if I bring it down to 2% instead of 4%. Because if it makes a difference, I'll do it flat. Really, it's the speed and the distance. I don't think the incline really means all that much to other people. Of course, I haven't lowered it yet. Son of a bitch. Coordination. I just got to watch the replay of that. Looks like it just keeps spinning in the same direction. What a piece of shit. Starting to have minor doubts if I can make it to 26 miles. Little doubts. But I feel a tingling in my face. Oh shit. It went down somehow. I think I must have tapped it. It went down to 3.9 miles an hour for a minute. So I'll have to make up for it. So maybe an extra minute or two. I think it was when I spazzed out. I still haven't changed the incline. It's really super bright outside. Beautiful day. Sad I spent most of it indoors. I am pushing myself though. And here's where it really makes a difference. Less than a half an hour to reach, about 25 minutes to hit the 20-mile mark. That's going to feel good. Hitting 20 miles is going to feel really good. Hitting 24 will feel better. Hitting 26 will feel grand. I don't think I'm going to try to get 28 or 32. Just getting to 26 is going to feel absolutely fantastic. I gotta find something else to shoot my mouth off about. Because when I don't talk, it feels like it drags. The thing is, I crossed 18 miles. Did I? Yeah, 18 miles. Which I think is the furthest I've ever gone. I don't think I've ever done this much. At this pace, anyway. Excuse me. That's the ginger ale. I'm sorry. Oh. Whew. Ah. Whew. Oops. Went up to 4.1 for a second. I gotta be careful when I put my hand down. Oh. Really close to the 19-mile mark. Very close. So yeah, 19 miles. 15 minutes, we'll cross the 20-mile mark. In an hour and 45 minutes, I will have completed a marathon's length. $3,600 calories, 33,000 steps. I definitely earned some beer tonight. Fuck the wine. I'm getting beer. Nice cold beer. It's gonna be so good. I'm not gonna try to get drunk. I'm just gonna enjoy it. Maybe watch a movie. Listen to some music. Ah! Whew. Whew. 10 minutes. Across the 20-mile mark. I should be satisfied with that, but I'm not going to be. I think I have another 100 minutes in me to hit the 26-mile mark. Feeling it now, though. My legs feel great, though. My feet, yeah, they hurt. The rest of my body's just fatigued. Ooh. Oh God. Ooh. half a mile to go to the 20-mile mark, and then a 5-minute rest. About 7 minutes away. 7.5 actually. Ah. Ah. Oh. Almost there. Almost. Very close to the 20-mile mark. In fact, I should be crossing it in about 10 seconds. I hope. "20 miles. 20 miles. Oh. I'm set the timer for a 5-minute rest. I still have 90 minutes ahead of me. Can I do it? I don't know. I hope so. I'm gonna go refill this with some ginger ale. I'm running out of Gatorade. Ah, shit. My sister's home from work. I'm gonna duck down here for a minute. Ah. I'm sure the carbonation ain't helping me, but I need the fluids. 90 minutes. I would have hit 26 miles. And I'm gonna do it. 90 minutes. 95 if you count the little 5-minute rest I'm going to take at the 24-mile mark. Or I might do 3 miles and 3 miles, 2 45-minute rests. 2 45-minute cycles with a 5-minute rest in between them. Ah. Ooh. Ooh. 2 minutes left of this rest. Wow. This thing is really, really warm. It doesn't feel like it needs to be lubricated again. But this thing really built up some heat. So yeah, I'm gonna do 45 minutes, 5-minute rest, then another 45 minutes. Oof. After the first 45 minutes will be 23 miles. Oh, excuse me. And after the last will be 26 miles, which is a full marathon. Ah, and I still got some wind in me. Here we go. Ah, so 45 minutes, so 4 miles an hour. I'm just going to put her on a 2% incline. And here we go, 45 minutes. Past 20 miles. And I'm fatigued, but I feel fucking great. So at about 6:15. Oh, excuse me. Oh. I'm falling apart. Ah. Almost. Nah. Ah. Shit. Yeah. Ah. Ah. I made it to 21 miles. Ah. Oh, God. I was really only going to do 12 today. Ah. See if I can make it to that. I made it to 21 miles. Ah. 5 short of a marathon. Ah. Ah. I'm going to put 5 minutes on the timer and see if I feel like doing another mile or two after this. Ah. Ah. But I'm pooped after a mile. Oh, God. 21 miles. Ah. I'm sure the treadmill wants a rest. Ah. But if I have to stop after 21, it doesn't make sense to try to go to 23 or 26 if I need a rest now. So next time I do this, I'll do the same thing. Ah. 5 1 hour uh, bursts, 4 miles an hour. And I might put the grade down to 2%. 2% felt all right on my knees. Ah. And then 2 45-minute shots, each one 3 miles. And that'll bring me to 26 miles. Ooh, excuse me. A full marathon. And I hope there'll be pledges and donations for Rainbow Railroad. Ooh, excuse me. Oh. I'm going to give my feet a rest. I'll go get some beer. Take a shower. The way the shower's set up, I can drink a beer in the shower without getting water or soap in it, or shampoo, or conditioner for that matter. It'll be the second shower today. I showered before hitting the treadmill. Oh, due to vanity. Oh boy. Back up on my feet. Pull myself up. Yay, there we go. And so, many blessings and many thanks. I'll be back tomorrow with the upper body workout, and I hope to see you then. Until then, take care and best wishes to you and all you love. Good health, good fortune, and lasting happiness.